12. I am Adam. I am joined here by X-Ray. How are we feeling today, X-Ray?
Pretty good.
Awesome. So it looks like we're going to be going right into our first round very shortly. For round one, or really, we're starting in round two. This is going to be Rising Wave versus Abyssal, and it looks like we are starting a Clam Blitz on the Reef.
Yeah, it's a very interesting comp we see on the side of I believe Rising Wave here. They have a Slosher Deco as well as a Firefin. The Baller doesn't seem as much use nowadays, but it definitely has its uses on the Reef, especially for Clam Blitz to initiate a push. Whereas the Firefin can actually use its Bomb Rush to maintain like the basket area in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I actually quite enjoy the Firefin for Clam Blitz specifically, because it gives you both the ability to push in really well and also kind of defend yourself a little bit. That splash wall can be so crucial for getting just a last couple of clams in to finish off a push.
Yep. Seems to be setting up a push here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like are our colors off on stream?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So that is, I believe that's going to be Abyssal in the orange ink. There is what it looks like. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it looks like we have Abyssal is now trying to. They're taking most of. It looks like we have a lot of orange on the map. They're trying to start up a push. They have 15 clams, but having kind of a hard time getting in.
Yeah.
And oh, finally, almost 2 minutes into the game, we get the first power clam in, and Abyssal very quickly pushing down to 65 points.
Yeah. As we see, we also have a bomb ready to potentially maintain this push.
Yeah, absolutely. Abyssal doing a really good job of staying up. They now have 2 members that have gone down, but I mean, still all the way down to 32 very quickly with a single push. That's going to be
And it's still going.
Oh my goodness! So down to 20 points now.
But it seems here it's about done with the push.
Yeah.
But it was still a very, very strong push. It'll definitely be a lot of work to make a comeback. It potentially has to be a KO at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that will. It's hard mentally to come back from such a huge push, especially when it's the first one of the game, even though it was so late into the game. And it looks like Abyssal already building up more clams, trying to go for a second push. I mean, Rising Wave doesn't have any clams right now, and Abyssal is close to getting 2 power clams ready to go.
Yep. Yeah, power clam ready. Specials going off. They have the setup right here, and they'll proceed to finish up their second push.
Yeah, Eclipse doing such a good job.
Very nice snipe there from the Inkjet, or Eclipse rather.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And now
there it is. That's game 1. Very, very determinedly going to the side of Abyssal.
Yeah, absolutely. Abyssal definitely kind of what was shown to me was set in stone for this set. So I'm curious to see if this will proceed to go to a 2-0 or potentially see a game 3 even.
Yeah, I mean, Clam Blitz is a weird mode, and I think a lot of teams will play a lot differently on Clam Blitz than maybe on other modes. So next we're going to be going into Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park, and I'm interested to see how Rising Wave tries to adapt and how they might be able to play on something like Rainmaker in a way that will benefit them a little bit more. We really did see Abyssal making use of a few things in that last game. One, I mean, Eclipse was doing such a good job of just playing that Slayer role in a way that just distracted Rising Wave really well. We saw that with that Inkjet kind of going in head first and being able to pave the way for the rest of his team to come behind them and score some points, start that push. And also we saw them making really good use of that Fire Fin Splat Charger as well. Between the Bomb Rush and the Splash Wall, I mean, it's such a versatile weapon. And I'm interested to see how Rising Wave is going to be able to answer to that.
I believe the same thing could be said about the player name is like losing me here. I can't remember, but I believe the InZap was playing similarly in the way of like paving the way as the InZap has more turf control capabilities and maintaining those armors at the most crucial times for their pushes, especially for that first push and like a little bit in between.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an impressive performance. So I'm looking to see more. So what do we think of Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park?
I think Stingray. That's about it.
Yeah. A lot of people do. I mean, the Stingray is so powerful on a map like this where it's relatively flat, but there are also kind of those narrow alleyways that you have to go down to the left or right. If a Stingray finds your location there, it can be so hard to escape from it, especially if you're holding the Rainmaker. So I'm interested to see what sort of weapon choices we see come out here.
Yeah, I agree. It's like Black Belly within itself is a relatively open map, but with Rainmaker, there's just such narrow pathways, so like the Stingray won't really have too much of a hard time sustaining a push.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it was just this weekend at High Ink that we saw a match of Rainmaker where every time a push was started, I think there were 3 or 4 Stingrays in the game altogether, and every time one push was started, the other team would pop a Stingray and just kind of snipe out the Rainmaker immediately.
Sounds just about right.
Yeah, and that's something you can see really often here. So I'm interested to see what sort of specials come out. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like, a custom jet squelcher, or even maybe to see that Fire Fin swap to the vanilla Splat Charger for the sake of having that Stingray in these situations.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that the lethal bomb can't be understated as well for the initial pop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Black Belly is one of those maps where the initial pop can happen so fast and can be really devastating, right? There's not a ton of stuff to kind of hide behind to get out of that explosion of the Rainmaker. So, you can sometimes see these really sort of one-sided games or starts of games where a whole team will not be able to, or will get taken out by the Rainmaker pop because there's such an open space around it.
Right. But we should be starting relatively soon.
Yep, absolutely. We have our team's just hopping into lobbies here.
Yep.
But in the meantime, I mean, this is probably a good time to talk about Low Ink, because Low Ink, the monthly tournament hosted here by Inkling Performance Labs, is going to be happening this weekend. Our December Low Ink begins this Saturday, December 19th. I believe it's at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, that's correct. I have the doc right here. But yeah, just be sure to check it out, and also check out the IPL Discord if you haven't already, where you can sign up and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're just waiting on a sub. One of the teams is having a player sub in, so it'll just be a couple minutes, and then we'll get the match started right away. Like you said, the IPL Discord is really fantastic, and also probably a good time to mention that the Inkling Performance Labs also pretty recently launched their Patreon, which you can find at patreon.com/IPL Splatoon. I mean, really just such a fantastic organization here that has been helping the community to grow so much. So obviously, if you want to see some extra stuff or support the community, that is a fantastic place to head over to.
Absolutely.
It looks like we have that team member subbing in here.
All right. All right, the teams should be being relatively close to readying up here, so we will start momentarily.
Okay, so yeah, teams are just starting to ready up here. We're going to be heading into the match very, very shortly. Like we said, we're going into Rainmaker on Blackbelly. So, getting back into the conversation about these teams a little bit, again, for anyone who's just tuning in, we saw a really dominant performance on the side of Abyssal round one. So, there are a lot of ways that I'm interested to see how Rising Wave is going to be able to adapt and to kind of answer back to the performance that we saw game one. So here it is, getting now into Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park.
Ooh, that's actually quite an interesting comp. With the quad shooter.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Rising Wave obviously trying to change something up. We do see a couple of the same weapons though, using that K52. Already going 3 members down on the side of Rising Wave. Abyssal doing a really good job to push in so far down to 60, but finally starting to be contested here. And of course, as we predicted, we do see that custom jet squelcher coming out, a fantastic weapon for this map and mode here. Okay, so the push down to 29, but it looks like Rising Wave is able to start to get control of the situation a little bit. Just as I say that, they pick up the Rainmaker and go down, and yeah, so again, Abyssal picks up the Rainmaker, but is pretty quickly taken out. I mean, we see Rising Wave now starting to do a really good job of defending this Rainmaker, but we really need to see them start to put some aggression into this game and start to play forwardly.
Especially now with 2 specials going off from the side of Abysmal. Or, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Abyssal. Long day. But definitely looks like they're potentially setting up another push. Another thing I didn't get to mention is the Soda Swasher running, they're running with their comp. That Burst Bomb launcher is like, it cannot be understated how versatile that special is. It turfs, it adds chip damage, it can kill, it makes Slosher just such a threat.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the Burst Bomb Slosh combo, an old combo from Splatoon 1, which was popular, and to see it come back was just so cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we finally see Rising Wave starting to make a little push forward. The push down to 90, but they get taken out, and now it looks like both teams 1 member down, and Abyssal is going to pop that Rainmaker and try to make a push back. Rising Wave, I mean, trying to get some points on the board, but those sort of quick pushes to get a few points are not going to be enough when they're at this deficit. 29 is a really good place for Abyssal to be sitting at, and they can, Barry can sit here holding the Rainmaker, playing this sort of defensive game, for the next 2 minutes, and that would be just fine with them.
For sure. It looks like we're trying to initiate another push here from the start of Rising Wave. We do see this Inkjet going off. The Slosher does go down here.
Mm-hmm.
But however, the K-52 on their side is also down, so...
Yeah, we are, at this point, kind of seeing both teams really just go pick for pick. Both teams 2 members down now and starting to come back in. There's that Stingray going to do a really good job of making things very difficult. Trying to dodge that Stingray makes it a lot more difficult to dodge that Splat Bomb. So, just as we said, Abyssal absolutely putting that Stingray to good use.
And they managed to get the lead. I was just going to comment on how, that's such a rough spot to be in without having, a particular, special ready to initiate the push from that left side. But they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a really good place to be sitting at now. I mean, down to 19, it's not going to be easy for Abyssal to come back and take that lead again. But that being said, I mean, we do see a lot of purple in the center of this map. Abyssal doing a really good job of pushing forward slowly and with a lot of power. We see Lit Blue now holding the Rainmaker and doing a good job of making a good push, taking out some people with that Rainmaker. It looks like this.
Ooh, just barely. It's such a slaughter knocker right now. There's 2 and 2 on each side, but I believe they do get to manage to defend this push.
Yeah, fantastic job on the side of Rising Wave. I mean, Abyssal is a scary team when they are all together and pushing in like that. So to be able to fend that off is no easy feat. Wow, and that's the game. Those 10 of missiles coming in clutch at the very last second. Rising Wave able to take game 2, fend off that counter push there, and get themselves on the board. We are now going to a game 3 here. Fantastic.
Love to see it.
Yeah, you really do. So what would you say do we think is the big things that Rising Wave was able to really change up in their game plan that made them able to defeat Abyssal?
I don't know. Part of me just feels like it's just a mode sort of thing, because Rainmaker, I have stuff to say about Rainmaker, but that's all for another day. I can't have a big takeaway from it, because despite it being a clear victory last minute, it felt rather too close for comfort, really. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to adjust accordingly to potentially bring this set to their favor.
Yeah, we will see. Like you said, a very close game. That it could have gone either way right up until the very last second. So, this game of tower control, which we're going to be going to on Manta Maria, should be exciting to say the least.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see if Rising Wave will stick to the Kensa 52, because Booyah Bomb in general is pretty obnoxious on tower control.
It certainly is. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we saw it in both Game 1 and Game 2, and it definitely seemed to be working out for them, especially in Game 2 there. I mean, that Booyah Bomb thrown at the right time can be so powerful, and I think tower control is the mode that I would prefer to use a Booyah Bomb on the most. I mean, it can be so good for closing out games, or just even mid-game, to when there's a threat on the tower to just take care of it immediately. It's so good at controlling space in that way.
For sure. And we don't see too much change from the side of Rising Wave. Swapping from, I believe, the Inzap last game to a Junior this time. So we're definitely going to see more bombs, more armors, more ping power overall.
Interesting that, again, the 4-shooter comp there. That's really interesting. You know, all kind of low mid-range weapons.
Mhm.
And Havoc here just so powerful with that cancel sloshing machine. I mean, that is such a fantastic weapon. And the way that it can kind of get that chip damage and control space so well with the fizzy bomb and that radius of the sloshing machine.
Absolutely, and what Havoc's demonstrating here, it's such a once it's in the bunker, it could like detain like so much, like for both like tower and I'd say even Rainmaker really. But we see here Eclipse ripping that inkjet here, getting 2 kills. That's going to be really big.
I do believe that our colors are switched on stream here. I believe it's Abyssal in the green.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, Eclipse again being able to make such good use of that Zenitech to just be such a nuisance and give the rest of their team an opportunity to push up so well. We see that push to 28 is going to be a really good place for them to start here. And Rising Wave was trying to counter it, but it looks like Abyssal taking the tower again.
And we do see that inkjet kind of go off a bit prematurely, dying almost like seconds after ripping it. We do see Morsa trying to reclaim this right plat here, trying to maintain some space, as well as potentially getting a Booyah Bomb off, as he has it ready here, and he's trying to push off whoever's on the bunker there, and pushing this charger as well. Does manage to get the pick there.
Yeah, you know, something that can be said about that Booyah Bomb, while it is absolutely phenomenal on something like tower control, it is a lot better when you're already in the lead than when you're trying to catch up, for sure. I mean, the ability to keep people away from the tower is fantastic, but that's not what's going to get you those big pushes.
Wow, what an amazing double there.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, despite Rising Wave's efforts, it does seem like Abyssal is definitely trying to close it out here, but not just quite.
Yeah, I mean, the push down to 9, down to 5, it looks like this is... And just at the very last second, Rising Wave kind of pulls together and really manages to push Abyssal all the way out of their territory there. This could be the start of something for them, but that is a big push that needs to be made to make this comeback.
I believe they did get armor off before that junior died there, so we could see a bit of a comeback potentially. They do have to go through like quite a few checkpoints to like sustain themselves within this push.
Yeah, they at the very least have enough time to do so, though. You know, having that minute on the clock will make things a little bit easier. They're not going to have to try to win this in overtime, where if you take one step off the tower, you lose the game. So we do see Rising Wave go a couple members down, and Abyssal being able to take control back of this tower with 30 seconds left in the game. I mean, this is a very good place for Abyssal to be, where they have control of that tower, have control of this territory in the center, and can really play a nice defensive game.
Yeah, it's definitely not a matter of KOing at this point anymore. It's rather like preventing Rising Wave to get that tower, as 10 seconds down are left, and it's looking not so favorable for Rising Wave here, but they do manage to... Oh, not quite.
And that right there is exactly why they call it the GG Ray. I mean, that can just take up the entire top of that tower and end the game for you if you're already winning in overtime.
Mm-hmm. That Stingray definitely declaring the no fun zone on the tower there.
For sure. And oh my god, look at those Ks. Eclipse with the 19. Fantastic to see. So that is going to be the set going to Abyssal. Fantastic job. A really fantastic few games from Rising Wave as well. Both very fun to watch.
Absolutely. Abyssal was definitely on top of it that last game there.
Yeah, so it looks like because we had that switch out, I think we should be going into round 3 fairly soon here. Let's take a look at some of the standings here. So it looks like right now going into round 3 we have Xanadu taking 2-0 over Massacre. Circles has also taken a 2-0 over Watch Party. Mictlan Heroes taking a 2-0 over Ocean Man. It looks like there are a couple games still happening. Bootleg Team going 1-up over Southern Lights. That game still happening. And we also see Arctic Moon taking a 2-0 over Helix. That's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully we'll get Arctic Moon on stream later. So it should just be a few minutes before we head into round 3. I think we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back real soon for round 3 of Swim or Sink 12. And welcome back to Swim or Sink 12. Again, I'm Adam. I am here with X-Ray, and we are just about to go into round 3. It looks like we have Mangoes versus Newt Fan Club. And are either of these teams familiar to you, X-Ray?
Not necessarily. I recognize. I think I recognize Swisher though. That name kind of like sticks out for
Yeah.
some reason.
So I was wondering that as well. This weekend we saw Collapsia on Play on High Inc. that had an amazing tent player that went by the same name. I'm wondering if that's the same Swisher, and if it is, then we are in for an incredible set. It looks like that is going to be the same Swisher. So a really phenomenal tent player. I am excited to see how this is going to work out. So we're going into splat zones here on Skipper Pavilion, and yeah, so we do see Swisher bringing up the tent. I mean, that is going to be such a fantastic option to bring into this map. I think we're in for a really good set here.
These comps are actually pretty interesting to see. On the side of Newt Fan Club, we do see the L3, which is actually not half bad against like half of Mango's weapons here. L3 for like a good while before they nerfed specials was like known as like the junior killer for a while, because it would like it do junior's job at like a longer range as well as being able to like bully the junior. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weapon that we're starting to see kind of come back into favor a little bit, and I'm excited to see how it gets used here. So we do right away see Newt Fan Club taking this zone and doing a really good job of defending it. One thing that I really like is that we see this tent coming up here and just being incredibly annoying and really stopping Mangoes from being able to shift their focus over to the zone. It looks like Mangoes trying to make a push for the zone, but unfortunately they're going to go 3 down.
yeah, definitely looking a bit rough to start off here for Team Mangoes, but we'll see.
Yeah, they definitely could make this comeback. I mean, their comp looks really well geared to this map and mode, right? To be able to throw that, have the K sloshing machine for those fizzy bombs to kind of throw down that center alley. You know, just the sheer amount of turf you can get with that junior, and just like that, game 1 goes to Newt Fan Club. I mean.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, they couldn't manage to get the cap there. I felt like they had like almost everything going for them. They like had like majority of the map painted. They had the baller try to go off to cap, but to no avail.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a number of times where it looked like Mangoes kind of was starting to come together and had some things really working for them, but Newt Fan Club able to just prevent them from really putting a big penalty on that their timer at any point.
So this next game here is going into Clams Mako. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, Clams Mako Mart is a very fun map to watch and a very stressful map to play. This is one of those map and mode combos where you are never safe, right? It doesn't matter if you get a good lead because the baskets are so close together, and like that there's just always this opportunity for your opposing team to make a huge push at any point. It is it can be a really back and forth game, which I think would be a lot of fun to see.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm definitely curious to see what they what both teams will bring here. I feel like Mangoes had an idea with the Inkbrush Nouveau there, especially for this mode in particular. If they get a solid opening, well, one brush can like flank pushes a lot and like just score a climb out of nowhere. But like brushes, as well as like a lot of like the front lines, can handle that sort of like core area, like the bottom left area from the spawn here. I can't think of the call out off the top of my head, but definitely will definitely be a nuisance if they have the right conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we do have that brush coming back. And something else that I'm really surprised to see, but I am excited to see how it works out, is Newt rocking this ballpoint splatling. Maybe a player that always plays ballpoint, so probably not surprising to someone who knows this player, but just to see that on this map and mode is really interesting to me. Ooh, and we do see that Ink Brush trying to be very aggressive and go in and get a lot of clams being taken out. That is Mango's going 3 down, and Swisher has a good opportunity here to start to cause some trouble and collect some clams.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit back and forth for being like the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. We see one power clam on the side of Newt Fan Club, but it goes down.
Rip that baller. Jesus, they were like on top of it there.
Yeah, really, really fantastic. So Mango's now doing a really good job of kind of pushing back. Though they went 3 down, they didn't let Newt really form a push, and now they have the advantage in clams and in turf as well. But just as I say that, their Mango gets taken out. Both teams are 2 down now. We're really kind of going back and forth, pick for pick right now. And teams kind of just swapping control of who has the clams.
It's definitely like a matter of like waiting for like the opportunities here at Rise, because I feel like they haven't been able to be in a certain position where they have all people, like all players up and having like a way to solidify a position to start a push. But that being said, they do manage to get the initial clan there, and they do score down, and they're proceeding to score down to potentially 62 here if the Brush gets that last clan there, or a few more even.
More.
59, not too bad, not too bad.
It doesn't look like it's going to continue. They don't no clams on the side of Mangoes, and yeah, there's that basket back up. So we see Newt Fan Club really just trying to do all they can to collect as many clams as possible. It looks like they're going to start to make a push in. They have 34 clams on the board here. That is a fantastic place to be. That's 1 power clam in. And just like that, they take the lead so fast. I love the way that we saw that tent just kind of push in there and act as a barrier for their team to move behind and score so many points all at once. I mean, for a game that was looking really good for Mango's Newt Fan Club, really just pushed back hard and let us know that they are not out of this just yet. So we'll see if Mangoes can pull together and get another large push. It looks like they're trying to. Newt Fan Club going 2 members down.
3 members down.
3 members down. Yeah, this could be exactly the opportunity they need. Ooh, and that knowledge.
And it seems like it was rather premature here.
Yeah, I mean, getting a wipe on your enemy team or close to a wipe and getting that turf is good, but it can only go so far if you don't have the clams that you need to score the points to take the lead.
Yeah, we saw Swisher scoring that clam there and definitely getting a pick as well. Kind of just to be whatever about it, just asserting dominance even. But we do see Mango here trying to set up a push on the right side. And they managed to miss the clam. Very unfortunate. But they are positioned to potentially re-grab and try again here. But it's just a matter of getting the proper picks. But I believe the timer ran out. The clam's gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Newt Fan Club doing a pretty good job here of just collecting as many clams as they can. Kind of taking up all these resources and not allowing Mangoes to make a really solid pushback. Something particularly interesting about Clam Blitz, I think, is the fact that it is both a game. It is both a game about map control and being able to take out your enemies, but it's also a game of resource management. And Newt Fan Club is doing a really good job of playing that resource management game. Of course, just as I say that, Mango's now starting to build up a hefty count of clams for themselves, up to 23 now. But so let's see what they can make of that.
We'll definitely see here. They do manage to get us open the basket here, and they
just that.
They do get it.
There it is. Wow. Okay. In overtime, Mango's able to pull together get all those resources for themselves and make the pushback to earn themselves the lead. Really, really fantastic performance. That was not an easy thing to do. Look at that Mango with a 19 KA. Absolutely fantastic. Just putting in work with that Soda Slosher.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of its stronger maps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, 2 sets in a row now, going into game 3. This is the kind of action that we like to see on stream. It looks like we're going to be going into Rainmaker on Starfish main stage. What do you think about this map and mode combo here, X-Ray?
This one's a bit interesting because the 2 like sort of routes to like go into like solidifying like a lead territory are both like ramps, so that makes it a bit hard, I guess, for Stingrays to take out the Rainmaker in like some instances. Not as much as you'd think, but I feel like this is like one of those maps where like Stingray isn't too important once it gets to a certain point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Starfish main stage also just, a map that has so many ups and downs that, right, you're not gonna be able to make really fantastic use of that. So, you know, I'm interested to see what we see come out for comps here. The comp that we've seen Newt Fan Club kind of use consistently here with the ballpoint splatling and that tent umbrella, I think could be really, really powerful here. Like you said, there are so many like low grounds and ramps and things that having that tent to defend yourself when you're pushing in and have to take that low ground and climb up the ramp is gonna be a really big help.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see like if they will stick to the brush. Even I don't know if that brush player is a dedicated like brush main or anything, but it'll definitely be interesting to see. It could play a decent role at the start here if they like time a well-timed flank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a map that really kind of suits itself to that style of play. So we could see some really nice sharking happening from that brush player, but we will see what we get for comps. Going in now to Rainmaker on Starfish main stage. Oh, so that's interesting. We see the heavy splatling coming out from Newt. Other than that, their comp staying pretty much the same. And on the side of Mango, I believe that is the same comp they've been using for the first half of the set.
Yep, but this time, Birdie rocking the vanilla brush this time.
Yeah, that is interesting to see. And I guess it makes sense, right? Having that kill bomb is really good for popping the Rainmaker shield.
And Splashdown sort of functions the same way in this mode. Ooh, and that collateral with the Tri-Slasher there. But it's still that was still a very strong push to start off for Team Mangoes here.
Yeah, really quickly pushing down to 33. I mean, this is one of those maps where making a substantial push can prove to be extremely difficult. And then once you get into those later numbers, every point counts so much because it gets so difficult to push past that 30 mark.
And kind of happened like as we were commentating here, but Shashi getting that double really allowed them to neutralize their positioning here. But Swisher definitely taking its place.
Yeah, absolutely. Newt going around with that Rainmaker, and just like that, taking the lead. Just obviously going into a dangerous situation, but saying, it's okay. I will sacrifice myself to make the next 10 points to give us the lead. And sometimes that's what you need.
For sure.
So
Yeah,
we
Rainmaker
see
does
Mango's
reset
going for
here.
the Rainmaker reset. I mean, definitely in their best interest there. You don't want that Rainmaker sitting around so close to your opponent's goal.
Newt down to 2 members here, and one of them did jump out, so they Team Mangoes here can especially set up another push as they have the burst bomb rush ready here.
Yeah, trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, that Rainmaker is going to go down. We see Mango popping the burst bomb rush. It looks like just trying to get turf at this point, which can be really valuable here.
Yeah, it definitely felt like out of pure desperation as all of his teammates were dead there.
Yeah, we see Newt Fan Club now taking control of that Rainmaker again, and then immediately going 3 members down. The Rainmaker's in the middle. Mangos is working on some map control, but unfortunately, looks like they've given Newt Fan Club enough time to respawn and set up a defense here. So this is not going to be an easy push in. And of course, just like that, the Rainmaker does go down. We have members of Mangos jumping in. They are trying to prolong this push. They are so close to taking that lead, but unfortunately unable to. Or
A minute
fortunately,
30 on the
depending on
clock,
what.
so we have plenty of time to manage here, but it's just a matter of the proper coordination and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they don't need to rush here, right? Like you said, still a minute, but a very scary position to be in nonetheless. And there's that Rainmaker reset again. But we see Mango's really maintaining a solid hold over this center stage.
Yeah, it definitely just seems like they're trying to recuperate here as they're managing not to have all 4 teammates up all at once. There's 1 or 2 every now and then that are getting wiped here, but it's just a matter of trying to regroup and trying to initiate a push here. They do the Tri-Slasher does go down there, but we do see a hammer going off. One down on each side.
Yeah, Newt Fan Club now just trying to maintain control of the map to prevent Mangos from being able to make a good push. 6 seconds left. If they want to win this game, they need to make it happen right now. And unfortunately, not going to be able to do it. That is going to be the game and the set to Newt Fan Club. And such a fun and interesting team to watch. I really enjoyed the first 2 games. The composition between seeing the L3, the ballpoint, the Tri-Slosher, and the tent. I mean, all weapons that, when you really specialize in them, can be put to use in such unique ways and such powerful ways.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not sure if we have anything to plug in the meantime. I think we're good for the most part.
Absolutely. It looks like the rest of round 3 is getting very close to finished up here. So we're just going to take a very short break, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes for round 4 here of Swim or Sink 12. And welcome back to Swim or Sink 12. Again, I'm Adam. I'm here with X-Ray. And it looks like we are about to go into round 4 here. We're going to be seeing Arctic Moon versus Mictlan Heroes.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some of like the well-known teams here at IPL. They've been like actively placing relatively well here.
Yeah, absolutely. Arctic Moon, a team that we've seen a number of times, and one that is a lot of fun to watch. They have a couple of exciting players on their team. I really love seeing Twig play. They make use of, if I'm remembering correctly, the Inkjet, particularly in a way that is just incredibly exciting to see.
Popping into game one here though. Sturgeon Tower. Not a map mode I'm not particularly as familiar with, but we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, Sturgeon Tower is a fun map. It's one where there's kind of a lot of wide open space in the middle, so the battle for the tower can be really interesting, right? When the tower's in the center, it's in the view of a lot of really good snipe points, which is probably why this is a map that's good for things like that Hydra Splatling that we see on the side of Arctic Moon. So I think we could be in for kind of a big stalemate here in the center, like it seems is sort of happening now. We see members of Mictlan Heroes starting to jump out, play a little more defensively, and now, after regrouping, starting to push back in. They take mid, they take the tower, and they are starting to get a push going here, down to 65.
Yeah, and definitely keeping a push here. And on top of that, they have a Stingray ready even.
Yeah, absolutely, which is very powerful on a mode like this. Although, this is not the most flat map, so it might be hard to make use of. We see Arctic Moon starting to try to push back, but then themselves getting pushed back to spawn here. We really see Mictlan Heroes just keeping Arctic Moon from being able to contest them whatsoever, pushing down to 5 for... at the last second, Arctic Moon taking the tower, but then that member of Arctic Moon going down.
And they managed to prevent the KO here for a good while. It looked like Arctic Moon was sort of in shambles, but they do manage to pull it back. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how this turns out for them.
Absolutely. Nice to see them able to really start to set up a good defense. It'll be interesting to see if they can themselves start to make a similar push. The beginnings of happening right now, pushing down to 65, and now getting down into the danger zone there. Where, oh my goodness! In sniping out that tower with the Stingray, I mean, that's exactly the type of stuff I was talking about when I said that is such a good special for this mode. I mean, the ability to really just snipe that tower is so powerful and so much fun.
For sure. Arctic Moon here is looking to sort of regroup here, potentially attempt another push. They do manage to get 2 down and 1 jump out, so this could be really big for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Mictlan Heroes, it looks like, just content to play a defensive game right now, which works well in theory, but if you don't keep that push on, it really gives your opponents an opportunity to step back, regroup, and possibly take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. The thing about like chipping away at the objective here is that you have to collectively over time as the game progresses, you have to constantly be making the safe decision properly multiple times, and that's very difficult to do. But Arctic Moon showing that to be definitely doable here, as they do manage to get the lead and not quite the KO. Oh, I stand corrected.
There it is, the KO on the side of Arctic Moon. Wow, what a fantastic turnaround of that game. I mean, at the start, that looked like very much a one-sided game with Mictlan Heroes getting the very quick push all the way down to 3. So very good on Arctic Moon for not losing hope and really fighting till the very last second to get themselves that last-minute victory there. So it looks like next we're going to be going into Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel, which is always an exciting map to see. I mean, there's so much wide open space in the center. I would not be surprised if we saw that Hydra come back. I also wouldn't be surprised to see, that K-52 come back on the side of Arctic Moon. That Booyah Bomb can be powerful when you can see the entire map from just about anywhere on somewhere like New Albacore, where it's so wide open.
For sure. Albacore Zone's definitely a home of weapon comps. You don't really see too much outside of this map mode, so it'd definitely be pretty interesting to see what we ended up seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see some longer range stuff coming out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But either way, I mean, so we saw Twig there rocking that K52, which obviously was a good choice, making really good use of that Booyah Bomb in a couple of critical places to be able to take that tower. But I would be interested if we're going to see them go over to something like the T-Tech or the Vanilla Splash-O-Matic, two weapons that we've seen them use in the past.
Right.
So here we are getting into splat zones on new Albacore here, and oh, that is interesting. We see the dually Squelchers coming out on the side of Arctic Moon, and of course we do see that K52 again. And it looks like we have K52s on both teams. Again, a weapon that I think is really useful on a map like this. And right away we see two members of Arctic Moon trying to make a pretty big flank there, but eventually now we have Dark making their way back to the middle to take control of that zone.
Yeah, that very aggressive opening actually paying off for them quite well. Yeah, CDS is like actually I didn't even think of it because we haven't seen an alternative. It's like a really good pick here because it's not like it has long range, but like you don't necessarily play it to like abuse that range.
Mhm.
So, but however, it does have those dodge rolls to like go across the bridges like with relatively like with relative ease, really. And
Yeah.
like getting into these into the opposing side can be very beneficial.
For sure, and we have seen Mictlan Heroes now starting to take the zone for the first time. Arctic Moon really feeling like they are contested in this game. Very quickly trying to make the push down to take that lead, and putting a pretty good penalty on the side of Arctic Moon. We see Arctic Moon trying to push back in. Twig popping that Booyah Bomb, but unable to make anything of it. Arctic Moon goes 2 members down. And Mictlan Heroes stays in control. It looks like, unfortunately, going 1 down on the side of Mictlan Heroes, but they are going to be able to take that lead. And how far will they be able to take that lead? We are about to find out. Exactly to 43, about that far right there.
Yeah, we weren't able to take it out for too long because around the time whenever they got the lead, they were actually 2 down. So Arctic Moon here definitely maintaining control here. They have like pretty much all of mid painted here, trying to keep Mictlan Heroes out of that left side there. And wow, this charger is like insane. The charger, or like most anchor weapons, are like their role. Like once they have a objective on their side, is to like just punish anyone going like left from the opponent's spawn.
Yeah,
whereas
absolutely.
the rest is like we'll go left and like try to like hold off as much as we can.
Yeah, and they're doing a fantastic job of that for sure. Arctic Moon able to take back the lead. Mictlan Heroes getting in control of the zone, but I mean they have that 26-point penalty now. It's going to be a steep hill to climb to get through that penalty and then get the 30 points down to where they need to be.
And we do see a flank here, or attempted one rather, but it doesn't pay off too well for them. However, they might get the cap here, and they do set a penalty.
Fantastic. I mean, if you're Arctic Moon, you have to be feeling pretty good about that right now. But, Mictlan Heroes not even close to out of this game. Arctic Moon working through a penalty themselves, and still more than 1.5 minutes left on the clock here. We see Mictlan Heroes trying to kind of contest that zone from afar, throwing suction bombs, booyah bombs, shooting that stingray over towards the zone, anything they can to get Arctic Moon away. And they are able to take the zone, but it looks like Arctic Moon, I mean, still has members in mid and able to cap it for themselves again.
Yeah, this is like this situation in particular is actually really rough for Mictlan Heroes in particular because they don't have too much long range outside of the Jet Sculpture. So like trying to reclaim like their spawn area is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, between the NZAP and the K Pro and the K52, not a whole lot to be able to contest the like the CDS, for example, on the side of Arctic Moon.
That being said, they do manage to get a wipe.
Yeah, and that can be very powerful in a mode like Splat Zones, where now you're forcing your opponent to have to play on the offensive. So looks like they are able to push through that penalty. They just need 29 seconds to take the lead, but that Booyah Bomb coming in handy, absolutely. And we see Mictlan Heroes popping a Booyah Bomb of their own, trying desperately to not get another penalty put on. They do not want Arctic Moon to take that zone, and of course, they are able to. So Arctic Moon doing a really good job right now of, and there it goes, the timer down to 0. I mean, so something we saw Arctic Moon do a lot that game was they were able to keep the penalty on to the side of Mictlan Heroes almost all the time, right? You know, yes, they would lose some fights in mid, but when they would do that, they would take the time to regroup and be able to push back in at just that very last second and take the zone before Mictlan Heroes was able to push past the last of that penalty.
Yeah, overall, I just felt like Arctic Moon just like had like a solid gameplay for that map mode, because like from like the very start, we saw the CDS and I believe the 52 like tackle that right side, and Mictlan Heroes like were clearly not ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like that is going to be the set on the side of Arctic Moon. So they are going to be moving on to play in round 5. I believe we are going to be sticking around for one more round here, or 2 more rounds here. And it looks like going into round 5, we are going to have Arctic Moon facing off against InControl. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Bubblegum facing off against Wednesdays. Wednesdays, that's an interesting team name. I'm assuming that's her Surfer. I don't know if that's a reference specifically to Swimmer Sync, if that's a team that is made like a pickup that is competing here. But we will see. So it looks like we're going to be getting into round 5 very shortly. We're just going to take a very quick break here. Welcome back. Once again, we are here at Swim or Sink 12, hosted by Inkling Performance Labs, and we are about to go into round 5. We're about to see Wednesdays versus Bubblegum. Are either of these teams familiar to you, X-Ray?
Well, I know today over here it is indeed Wednesday, so that's about it. Yeah.
Wednesday is familiar to me, that's for sure. So yeah, it looks like we have Burr, Fur, Her, and Sir on Wednesday. That's this feels like some sort of pickup team to me, right? I'm interested to see what we're gonna see for cops coming out here. It looks like we're gonna start Rainmaker on Anchovy Games. Always a really fun map and mode to watch. I mean, one where there's such a choke point that you are almost forced to take the Rainmaker through, that it makes for some really exciting battles to get those pushes past, say, the 50-point mark or so.
Oh yeah, for sure. This map pool in general is actually pretty interesting. Game 2 being well, we'll get back to that later as we're rolling to game 1.
Oh, okay. I like what I see on both of these comps. Interesting to see the tent come out here, and then on the side of Bubblegum, we have the double bamboo comp, both running triple main power up, of course. That's going to be really interesting. The double bamboo, and then 2 extremely short range weapons with the Tri-Slosher and Splashomatic. Not even the Neo, the vanilla Splashomatic. That's with the Toxic Mist and the Inkjet.
Right. I'm definitely interested to see how this double bamboo comp will play out. My guess is that it's main, I feel like it's a potential counter pick idea. I'm not necessarily too sure, but I feel like having 2 bamboos could be really good at handling the tent's shield in general.
That's a fantastic point. That tent could be very powerful on the side of Wednesdays, and they were making good use of it at the start to kind of keep some control of that center, but now we see Bubblegum taking the Rainmaker, unable to make any sort of push with it. They pick it up and then are immediately forced to kind of push back, to try to avoid that Inkjet, and unfortunately not able to do so. Wednesdays now starting to make a push of their own. We see Fur pushing in and trying to make some space for the Rainmaker to come behind, but unfortunately being pushed out of that area.
Yeah, but they're definitely keeping up the push here, bringing it down to quite the hefty lead there.
Yeah, all the way down to 12 before being taken out, but it looks like Wednesday's their members that were still kind of up towards the Rainmaker have gone down. This is going to be Bubblegum's chance to start something of their own. And it looks like they are moving forward very quickly, taking a lot of turf to kind of make way for someone to come behind with the Rainmaker. And there's the pop. Let's see what they can make of this.
For sure, we do see burst bomb rushes going off here. We do see a ink storm going in now. Potentially, not quite. Rainmaker going down in the background here.
Yeah, unfortunately able to push up to 57, but Wednesday's doing a really, really good job of being able to play defensively. And we see that that tent go down, and this Tri-Slosher starting to take down a lot of members of Wednesdays. This could be exactly what they need to really get something started, but unfortunately, it looks like the rest of that team just starting to come behind with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I feel like despite being wiped or taken out there, it definitely provided Team Bubblegum some time here to actually get this push started. And
yeah.
That being said, there's a wipe now.
Absolutely, and it looks like that's going to be the lead. And is that going to be game? Yes, it is. So, after a huge side from Wednesdays at the start of the game, Bubblegum coming back and showing us that they were not out of that game whatsoever, taking the KO victory very quickly. As soon as that I believe that was Waka, was it? The Tri-Slosher player was able to get that full wipe onto Wednesdays. Bubblegum was able to really pull together and kind of unify to make that push.
For sure. Back to the map pool discussion I tried to start before I was rudely interrupted by some excellent gameplay. But Clam Snapper, I'd say like I actually like this map mode personally. Out of like most of the Clam Blitz map mode stuff, it's gonna be interesting to see, especially if Team Wednesday sticks with that 10 umbrella.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be a really, really powerful defensive weapon here to kind of help make those big pushes in. This is one of those modes where your team's basket is positioned in such a way where you can set up a really good defense around it. There are a lot of different ways that the opponent can come at it, but anyway, they're going to be kind of going uphill, right? Unless they really manage to make that big flank all the way around. I'm interested to see how much, if we see that tent again, how much that is going to affect their ability, Wednesday's ability to push in.
Yeah, for sure. We should be rolling in here relatively soon. Everyone's readied up, so let's see how game 2 goes.
And it looks like we do see the tent come out again. This is interesting. So we see the double bamboo once again coming out from Bubblegum, and on the other side we now see double Nautilus coming out from Wednesdays. Two extremely interesting comps.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of Wednesday's comp here, but outside of thinking of like pure aggression, like the Nautilus is like Nautilus alone is like pretty good at taking openings, but of course it has to rely on like paint to like actually capitalize off those openings.
Absolutely. And so early into the game, we see Bubblegum trying to make a push here. Unfortunately, they might not have enough clams to really make anything happen. Wow, really backing their opponent into the corner with that hammer there.
I love to see it. The hammer on the slick where it has like zero momentum, but still getting the kill there.
We do see Bubblegum able to kind of pull together and pick up enough clams to make a fairly substantial push. Down to 50 points with only a minute having elapsed in this game. I mean, that's a good place to be sitting at right now. But that being said, we do have Wednesdays now with 20 clams on the board, trying to collect more, and looks like they're about to make a push in. There we go. The first power clam goes in. Are they going to be able to score that second one? Oh, making fantastic use of the tent.
Enough time.
So it looks like, if Wednesdays wants to keep up this push, they're going to have to go back and collect some more clams, which unfortunately it doesn't look like they're going to have time to do. Oh, there's one more, but that is going to be it. So that's the end of Wednesday's push, and they were just barely unable to match that which Bubblegum had put out. So unfortunately, they are still going to have to push again to take the lead if they want to.
Yeah, both sides actually being able to contest each hill here. But it looks like Bubblegum was trying to initiate a push, but it was sort of short-lived there, as they're now 3 down. Definitely going to be interested to see how Wednesday sets up this next push.
Yeah, absolutely. Bubblegum, it looks like trying to regroup and just kind of set up a good defense right now, which is probably their best plan of action, if you ask me. Let's not forget though, if they don't continue to put on the aggression and to take more map control, I mean that gives Wednesdays just more of an opportunity to collect more clams and make a bigger push when they have the opportunity to. We see now Wednesdays with. Ooh, they had 27 clams on the board and then used one power clam to start a push. They now still have 17 clams on the board with 3 members of Bubblegum going down. That is going to be Wednesdays able to take the lead there. The push down to 34, but it looks like it finally has come to an end. So a big answer back from Wednesdays. The ball is now in Bubblegum's court. They do have 2 power clams, and it looks like they are trying to immediately answer back. That is 2 members of Wednesdays going down. And unfortunately, 1 power clam going down on the side of Bubblegum. But 1 going in. That's 2 going in. And now Bubblegum taking the lead back again. We are seeing just such a back and forth game here. Teams just constantly answering each other back.
And Bubble's on lock here. And they definitely have the clams to add. There they go. I was gonna mention how they have the clams to score in a KO even, and they do manage to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, doing a really fantastic job. So that's Bubblegum up now 2-0. This is going to be our first best of 5 set of the tournament, so it's not going to be over just like that. Next, we're going to be going into tower control on the Reef, and this is a map that I'm really interested to see. I mean, Bubblegum was able to pull out 2 victories with this wacky double bamboo comp, and I'm wondering if we're going to see it again for tower control.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it should be expected, because I feel like out of all the modes, tower control is probably like the mode where this comp in particular excels at the most, because like bamboo in general is like really good at handling the objective, and now Wednesdays has to deal with 2 of those. So it'd be really interesting to see how this pans out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So going in now to tower control, let's see if we're going to see that double bamboo come out again. Oh, we do see the double Nautilus come out again. And no, we have a bamboo, and that looks like a... is that a splatter scope there? Yeah.
A fire fin even.
Fire fin.
Very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting to see. The fire fin is a weapon that I really love. I mean, on something like tower control, I think being able to use, especially on this map, you could really utilize that bomb rush to kind of push in towards the end of that tower track there. Wow, and we see that fire fin getting a really lucky jump out there.
He was out of there. However, we do see Wednesdays like trying to start another push here, getting a triple, I believe. It might have been a double. I couldn't catch the second floor in that. But very interesting play here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Waka now trying to make a repeat of game 1 on that Kensa sloshing machine. Really doing a fantastic job of keeping Wednesdays distracted and really keeping their attention away from that tower. They are able to push up all the way to 45, and they're continuing that push. We have now the Booyah Bomb coming out. There's still a splashdown on deck. There goes the splashdown to take out Burr, and it looks like that push is still going all the way down to 20, and that is where it will end as Bubblegum goes 3 members down. Wednesdays now needs to have an answer for this.
Yeah, it's definitely a battle for map control right now. It was very good that they managed to maintain that defend the objective there, because like once like 1 or 2 like relatively formidable slayers get into the car, it's very difficult to like stop a push, but they do manage to do that here. Start here trying to contest the K shot for bridge control here, and now
Ooh, we see the trade. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like holding your ground as teammates are coming back here. But for getting the double here, this could be really huge.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the kind of plays that we need to see Wednesday's making consistently if they want to take this lead and potentially this set. For unfortunately going down, but luckily there is another Nautilus where that one came from. Wednesday's now going 2 members down. It looks like they're going to be unable to make this push to get that lead. They're going to have to regroup a little bit, but they do make some good headway there, pushing down to 49 and able to reach that checkpoint.
Wednesday's like 3 members down, so it's going to be pretty difficult to recuperate and defend this push once again, especially when Bubblegum has 4 specials ready.
Yeah, absolutely, and some powerful ones too. I mean, the Booyah Bomb and the Suction Bomb Rush, both very good for pushing in. We see that both of them going off now, and yeah. I mean, we see members of Wednesdays dropping. They do pop that Inkjet, but then unfortunately getting shot out of the sky. It looks like Bubblegum is going to start to make another push, trying to get to that KO once again.
Yeah, oddly enough, that whole time, it didn't seem like there was anyone on the tower there, so they're really going to have to like they really have to maintain their positioning here. But looks like they aren't able to do so as Wednesday's. Oh, never mind. Wow, this is like really back and
Wow. Wednesday's being wiped completely. Bubblegum absolutely not allowing them to take command of this game. It looks like they are going to try to stage another push. That is the type of thing that can be really, really difficult to come back from. That's to be so close to the end of this game and get that wipe. I think this looks like it's going to be game and set for Bubblegum. And another full team wipe on the side of Wednesdays. That is going to be game 3, going to Bubblegum and them taking this set with a 3-0.
Yeah, first sweep of the day.
That's right. Yeah, and we got to see it made with almost entirely with a double bamboo comp. You love to see it.
For sure. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see Piranha Pit zones. I was kind of interested to see how that plays out. But yeah, Bubblegum looking very dominant that set. Very interested to see how they do throughout the tourney today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like on the other side of this bracket, things are going somewhat the same here. InControl right now is up 2-0 over Arctic Moon. So we could be seeing round 6 happening very soon, unless if Arctic Moon is able to make a big comeback there. And with that, I think we are going to take another short break while we wait for the other half of bracket to finish up, and then we can get right into round 6 here at Swim or Sink 12. And welcome back to a Swim or Sink 12. I am Adam here again with X-Ray, and we are about to go into the final round of winners here. This is going to be round 6, and we're going to be watching InControl versus Bubblegum, a team that we just saw on stream. What do we think about this matchup here, X-Ray?
Definitely going to be like probably one of the most fun sets of the night, because leading up to this point, InControl and Bubblegum more or less has basically just been wiping throughout the tournament. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see the two Titans clash per se.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both of these teams have been dominating their sets. We just saw Bubblegum with a very nice 3-0 to make it here into winners finals, and also, of course, InControl had a 3-0 to get here as well over Arctic Moon. So it looks like we're going to be headed first into Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track, an interesting mode, one that is. I mean, this map is so tiny for Clam Blitz, that middle section, it's really just that one big hump, and then you're over to the opponent's clam basket. So I think we're going to see a lot of aggression here. I would not at all be surprised to see the double bamboo comp that we saw from Bubblegum last set come out again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually curious to see if they'll opt out of it even. Just because, like, Chargers in general. Oh, never mind.
There it is. Oh, interesting to see the Octobrush. That's the Kensa Octobrush coming out on the side of InControl.
Yeah, the Kensa Octobrush is kind of like the similar idea of like sloshers in general on these types of maps, where shooters and chargers they have like a hard time consistently like hitting their shots with like all the slopes and stuff. So Brush is going to definitely piggyback off that idea to abuse the map's geometry here.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Right now, both teams kind of in a bit of a stalemate in the middle. We see one power clam get thrown, but miss from Bubblegum, and they are trying to go for it again here. But it looks like unable to make their way up to the clam basket. Yeah, we see Bubblegum. That is one of those bamboo players kind of retreating a little bit. Bubblegum does have the lead as far as clams here, but you know, both teams kind of unable to make a really solid push.
Yeah, definitely. Picks going like left and right, so it's making it very difficult for either teams to actually get a score in.
You're absolutely right. We've seen the color of that hump in the center of map kind of change back and forth from purple to green a number of times now very quickly. Just like that, InControl going 2 members down, 3 members down. So this might be Bubblegum's chance to finally push in and make a really solid push here. There it is. Starting off, throwing that Booyah Bomb, pushing down to 70 points. 71 rather. And able to keep going a little bit. They still have 12 clams on the board. So as long as they can find their way up to that clam basket, they should be able to keep it going, but unfortunately not able to do so. And almost immediately we have InControl answering back with the power clam of their own, and it looks like trying to sneak a second one over to that basket as well.
Yeah, Bubblegum, after that first score, they actually managed to keep a few team members alive. So it didn't allow InControl to actually just score and get like a free lead off of that. So it made it very difficult for them to get anything outside of that initial power clam.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see now 3 members down on the side of Bubblegum. Waka just barely managing to stay alive, rocking that Tri-Slosher again, a weapon that we saw them really, really dominate with earlier in this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, on a map like this, that is such a fantastic weapon. InControl trying to make a push back, but right away, one of their power clams being taken out, and the other one taken out as well. They're going to try to pick those back up, but unfortunately, I mean, they're just not able to get them across the map where they need to be.
Yeah, both of these bamboo players are just doing so much work right now. Like they were able to stop like 2 potential like threats a few moments ago.
Absolutely, and both playing so aggressive, something that you love to see from a Bamboo. I mean, really able to just shut down these pushes. Finally, InControl able to get one power clam in, and
Oh, not
looking,
quite.
unfortunately, not quite able to really keep up that pressure.
We do see a push starting off here. Oh wait. Alright.
Yeah, absolutely. InControl now able to take the lead, pushing all the way down to 26. They still have some clamps on the board, down to 11. Just like that, they have completely turned this game in their favor. Down to 5. Oh my goodness. I mean, they don't have any more clams on the board, unfortunately. So it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep that going. But, I mean, the push down to 5, that's scary stuff. We now have Bubblegum that has a 50-point deficit, a 53-point deficit, not to mention the 13-point penalty. This is not going to be an easy one to come back from.
Yeah, not easy, but I was okay. Just as I was about to mention, they have the tools for it. They get wiped.
Yeah, I think if anyone's going to could make that comeback, it would have been Waka right there, being able to take out multiple members of InControl, but unfortunately not able to make that happen. We do see InControl still kind of keeping a steady hold on map control, a hold on the majority of the clams that are out right now, which is going to be really good for them, if they're able to stop Bubblegum from gaining enough clams to make a really substantial push, then they should be in business. And it looks like they are. I mean, InControl going 3 members down, but still Bubblegum only has 14 clamps on the board. Are they going to be able to make... No, unfortunately, they are not able to take that victory. Trying into overtime, but it looks like that game is going to go to the side of InControl.
They must have tossed the clam like that same frame as the timer went away. By the way, because I don't know if you noticed, but like the clam was like sort of floating. I thought that was a little funny to see. But
So that is going to be game 1 on the side of InControl. Now, like we said, so far in this tournament, it looks like just about every set has that either of these teams have played in has gone to a 3-0. So I'm really interested to see if this is going to be a closer set here. I think if there's any team here that's going to give InControl a run for their money, it's going to be Bubblegum, after we saw a very, very dominant performance from them also earlier. So we're going to be going into tower control on Manta Maria.
yeah, we actually saw this map mode not too long ago. As I mentioned last game, we saw Bubblegum play, and where I would be interested to see if they stick to double bamboo as like handling objectives and whatnot would be pretty detrimental to their game plan. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. That double bamboo, an interesting comp and one that's been working out for them somewhat, but can be difficult to function with. That is definitely a weapon that has a niche, and one that you don't want to overfill and kind of leave yourself unable to fill the other niches that you need to. I would like to see Bubblegum. I mean, before we saw them play a comp with 1 bamboo and 1 fire fin, and that seemed to work out really well for them. I would like to see if they're going to try to switch to something like that for game 2 here.
Maybe even the vanilla charger, even to have that Stingray handle the objective even.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a fantastic point. Stingray being incredibly powerful here on tower control. And this is one of those maps where it never really is over, right? That last little bit of the push can be so hard to make because you are in this low ground. So we can see some really solid last minute defensive pushes being made here. So going into game 2 now, we do see that Firefin coming out on the side of Bubblegum. Let's see if they can make something happen with this.
Another interesting pick here from the side of InControl is the Carbon Deco, actually.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That Carbon Deco is can be a powerful weapon choice, but not one that we see very often. I'm interested to see how they're going to make that work on a larger map like this. That Carbon Deco being such a short range weapon. But definitely able to play around all of the ledges and walls that we have here pretty well. So Bubblegum, I mean, starting off very strong, making a pretty good push down to 35 now. Oh, it looks like actually I'm just realizing we have a DC on the side of InControl. Oh,
Do we?
no, we don't. No, we don't. I'm sorry. I missaw that on our stream here. We do not have a DC on the side of InControl. Rather, we have Bubblegum absolutely playing out of their minds.
Yeah, they definitely had the setup to KO there even, but like the 17 remaining is still a very, very good lead.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they are in a pretty good spot here, especially since they have such a fantastic defensive comp there with the Firefin. I mean, if they can really set up and just prevent InControl from being able to make an absolutely massive push, this game could be theirs. But that being said, InControl takes control of the center, takes control of the tower, and is trying to take control of this game here. Unfortunately, unable to quite do so. Going both teams, nope, just InControl now going one member down. Bubblegum able to doing a good job of fending off that push. InControl loses the tower, and Bubblegum is trying to push back into mid and take back this map control.
For sure. I do want to comment like real quick about the Carbon Deco. It like what I've noticed from this like game alone is that it does such a phenomenal job like maintaining like mid and contesting like the bunker. Like its kill time with like the burst bomb combo is like insane, and it definitely can like be effective if the opposing team's not expecting it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And InControl is trying to make good use of that here. I mean, not to mention how fantastic of a job it is doing at keeping that map control for them, which is something that's really crucial right now. So it looks like they are starting to make a nice little push, getting down to 50, but playing it cautious. I think that patience is something that will do well for them here.
We do see Shinex popping that armor there. Team InControl trying to start another push here.
Yeah, absolutely. They have pretty solid control of that tower, going one member down, but playing it cautious. Oh, it looks like that Carbon Deco has now gone down, and then the Nautilus as well. So, Bubblegum able to fend off that push once again. Now we're getting down to a minute left in this game. I think if InControl wants to take this game, they're going to have to come together right now and make something happen.
For sure, and we do see an attempt to reclaim the right plat here by InControl, but to no avail, unfortunately. They have 45 seconds on the clock, so this would be very, very difficult for them to bring this back, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Bubblegum going one member down. InControl, they do have that inkjet on deck here, but that tower is not budging from center right now. Both teams going one down. Oh, Bubblegum going two down. I mean, is kind of just a stalemate in the center here, which really is good for if they can keep that up with no team really getting solid control. That would be great for them. Of course, now they are trying to push forward and put some pressure onto Bubblegum. InControl unable to take that lead. That is going to be game 2 going to Bubblegum, now 1-1. So I mean, really, really fantastic to see Bubblegum coming and now getting a game on the board. What do you think are the adjustments that we saw them make there to help that happen?
I don't know. I feel like it's just a matter of coordination, because a lot of the map was just like Bubblegum just constantly wiping out InControl. There weren't. It could also just be like just a map like they're more comfortable with. So I don't know. It's up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see what they're going to go with for a comp moving forward, and if that comp is what made the difference there. You know, that Firefin definitely being a big help for them, but you know, earlier in this tournament, we did see how fantastically they were able to make use of the double bamboo comp as well. So, you know, we may see it return. And it looks like we're going to be going next into Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion.
Yeah, this will actually be pretty interesting to see. I'm curious to see if they opt for double bamboo again, because I'm not necessarily opposed to Firefin here, even because bomb rush in zones is pretty prevalent.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It looks like, is that Carbon Deco we see come out again?
No, it's the foil flings.
Foil flings it. That's an interesting pick here, and I think it could go well. And we do see the Firefin coming out on the side of that is on the side of InControl and on the side of Bubblegum. Both of them have Firefins. That's interesting to see.
Yeah. Foil flings. It's actually like a very interesting pick. A far different playstyle than the Carbon Deco we saw last game. It's kind of like it sort of paves the way as if like it were like an H3 or something to like just paint like straight across and build up missiles and whatnot. So it'd be pretty interesting to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it looks like this is a comp that Bubblegum has been using a little bit with that Tri-Slosher, the Firefin and Bamboo, but unfortunately they are unable to really make it work for them. I mean, InControl already pushing all the way down to 10 points. Bubblegum finally able to cap that zone and put a big 68-point penalty onto the side of InControl. So that will be very nice for them, but will it be enough for them to take this game? We're going to find out.
Yeah, this map, in situations like these, it's a matter of like how strong the team with the objectives stalling game is. Because as you saw, this first capture with InControl, they were able to stall it to 11 points remaining. So Bubblegum here will definitely have to try to contest that with potentially a KO even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and they are in a good place right now. It looks like the members of InControl, unfortunately, just unable to make it into that center. This is almost certainly going to be the lead for Bubblegum, and of course, it is, but only by 2 points until InControl manages to take the zone back and then put the 67-point penalty back onto Bubblegum. That's going to feel good for them, but they need to now stall it out for another 50 seconds to take that lead, and that is not going to be easy.
Yeah, and we did see that jump out a little bit ago, so that will definitely allow InControl to hold their ground for quite a while.
Yeah, it looks like just about 20 seconds until they take the lead here, but unfortunately unable to make it happen. Just at the last second, Bubblegum swoops in and takes that zone, caps it for themselves. InControl is going to take it back, but not before Bubblegum manages to put a hefty penalty on them. That has to feel good. I mean, that at least buys them quite a bit more time to regroup. We do see 3 specials on the board on the side of InControl, though, so, they can't be feeling too bad themselves. Both teams absolutely still have an opportunity to take this game right now.
Ooh, and Waka taking out that Inkjet there and popping off armor, and InControl 2 down right now.
Wow, and again, when they get the penalty down to 1, Bubblegum able to swoop in and take that zone again. Once again, that has to feel fantastic for them. Able to put the 41-point penalty now onto the side of InControl.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty back and forth game, despite the nature of the map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Been very exciting to see. We do see now InControl again taking control of that zone. Again, 10 points before they take the lead. Are they going to be able to do it? We see the Booyah Bomb coming out, and once again, with 1 second on the penalty, that constantly Bubblegum is able to just clutch this out at the very last second and cap the zone to keep themselves in control of the lead here.
Yeah, with the way this game's going, blink and you might miss like a turning point. So now with an amazing shark here.
Absolutely, just doing such a good job of keeping InControl occupied. They once again do have the zone and are trying desperately to tick that timer down. 10 seconds until they take the lead for the 3rd time here. Let's see if they can pull it off this time. They do. That is InControl taking the lead at the very last second to win that game. What a fantastic performance. I mean, such phenomenal perseverance on them after 3 times in a row getting that penalty down to 1 and then having Bubblegum cap that zone to be able to come back and make that victory must feel phenomenal.
Yeah, that game was like really down to the wire.
Yeah, that is the type of game that you really love to see here. So, like we said before, right? This game was kind of going to be the decider of if it was the switch of comp that really helped Bubblegum to pull together and win. And it's so hard to say because that game ended up being so close, right? Bubblegum still performing phenomenally well. Right up to the very last second, that game could have easily gone either way. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back and take Game 4. And it looks like that Game 4 is going to be Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. We had the pleasure of seeing Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard just a short while ago on stream, but how do you feel about Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard, X-Ray?
I wouldn't. I don't think it too highly compared to the other modes from Sturgeon, but like Sturgeon's like to me is like consistently like a pretty good map. It'd definitely be interesting to see what weapons they Sorry, I'm scatterbrained right now. What weapons they'll bring to the table. That left side is pretty much like the most common route. Teams will take the Rainmaker. So I wonder if we'll maybe see the foil things again to maybe like pave the way as well as like stall the opposing team to prevent them from contesting that side.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be phenomenal to see. We will see here going into Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. It looks like bringing out the Tri-Slosher Nouveau on the side of Bubblegum, which I really like to see. And interestingly enough, we have lost the Bamboo completely. Bubblegum now running the Vanilla Splash-O-Matic, the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, and then the NZAP 89, and I believe that's the Vanilla Splat Charger there. This will be interesting to see them really changing up their formula here.
Yeah, ditching the Bamboo. I'm curious to see if the member of Bubblegum here is actually warmed up with the Splash-O-Matic here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right away, we do see Bubblegum going 4 down and then the delayed wipe. InControl starting off with a pretty good push here. Able to push down to 49. I mean, definitely not out of the realm of possibility for Bubblegum to push back and take the lead for themselves. So we'll see here. They're trying to take care of InControl, who again grab the Rainmaker and make another pesky little push, getting down to 32 points. That is going to be good on the side of InControl, and they now have had a chance to get all 4 of their members back up and in the fight. This push may very well not be over. We see InControl really not letting off that pressure, which is so important in a mode like Rainmaker, where absolutely every point counts.
Yeah. As you were mentioning earlier with the lead, once you get to like the 35, like 30-ish like threshold, that's where it starts getting a bit scary on whether or not you can take the lead back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but we see Bubblegum now picking up the Rainmaker and making an attempt to answer back. We have a nice Stingray battle. That's going to the side of InControl, and it looks like they are going to retain control of that lead as well. We see Waka trying to push in and make something happen here, taking out a couple members of InControl, but unfortunately it's not quite enough. They do grab that Rainmaker back, and are looks like they're going to reset the Rainmaker and set up to make another push.
Absolutely. We do see oh, that's so unfortunate. I was gonna mention that they had a hammer ray to see some yeet plays, but fell off the spinner there. So
yeah, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see that just yet. Oh, and not getting the jump out there. InControl, going a member down, popping that Stingray, but going 2 members down. This could be a good opportunity for Bubblegum to make something happen, pushing down almost to the 50 mark, but being forced to retreat a little bit and then losing that Rainmaker. Bubblegum doing a pretty good job now of taking quite a bit of map control. The center is theirs completely right now, and they just need to find the space to push up. They do have quite a bit of aggression on their side, or rather the potential for aggression with their weapon choices there. I mean, between the Tri-Slosher and the Splash-O-Matic, they should be able to push up a little bit, but unfortunately, going a member down, it looks like unable to make that happen. 2 members down, but they do have 2 specials on the board with the Stingray and the Ink Storm. Let's see if they're able to make anything happen here.
wow, I'm sorry, that kill was just pretty funny to me. But yeah, Bubblegum is kind of struggling to get a few picks here necessary to start another push. Waka here is sort of trapped in this like bottom gray area, and
going down. InControl doing a pretty good job of keeping control of this game, keeping control of that Rainmaker, and just not allowing Bubblegum to really set up nicely enough to make this big push that they need to. 25 seconds left. Bubblegum is 1 member down, and so is InControl, and they are going to need to make something happen right now. With 10 seconds left, Bubblegum does have the Rainmaker, trying to push up. If they can pull this out in overtime, that will extend our set and bring us to a game 5. Let's see what happens.
And the Jet did actually got wiped a bit ago, so they don't have Stingray like to stop this push. So this could go anywhere. But just as I say that, it's Jet. It's gonna get Stingray in like 10 seconds anyways. Who cares?
Oh my goodness. I mean, after we saw that Rainmaker just barely avoid the Splat Bomb, I mean, it felt like things were going their way, and then unfortunately being taken out by that Stingray. Yeah, that custom chest squelcher, popping 5 stingrays that game, and then the splat charger on the side of Bubblegum popping 4 stingrays. You love to see it. So that is going to be the set on the side of InControl, who's going to be moving on to grand finals. We're going to take a little break here. This is going to be the end of our commentary block, but stick around because we're going to be coming up to the rest of losers bracket, and then of course grand finals here at Swim or Sink 12. Again, I'm Adam. This has been a fantastic time. X-Ray, where can people find you?
On the screen here, that is my Twitter handle. You also see me lurk in the chat, in Twitch chat as well. I do plan on streaming soon. I'm not sure exactly when, so but whenever I do, I'll be sure to plug that next time I'm on here.
Fantastic. All right, and that's going to be it for our commentary block. Stick around, everyone, for more exciting action here at Swim or Sink 12.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you live from the underground layers of the Inkling Performance Laboratory. This is Mazer, Stu the announcer, rocking out with you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for this, the 12th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you by Inkling Performance Labs. I'm joined here on the mic by Mamba, and it's a little bit of a surprise seeing this team in loser's side, but Southern Lights and Acid McFlurry.
Southern Lights coming really strong from the Squid House, taking that second place. Pretty strong team, and it is a surprise that they are in the losers bracket, but they, did fight Arctic Moon, and they played a really good set. And now, right now here, it looks like Pika already using their baller. Looks like no one has gone down yet at the moment. It looks like everybody's just focused on getting some paint control and some clams right now.
Wait, are we sure this is Southern Lights and not Stargaze? Because I believe the bracket was... Oh, okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong side of bracket. Excuse me. Yeah, Southern Lights confirmed. I was... for some reason, the bracket was messing up for me, and hopefully you all are a little less confused than I seem to be. Apologies for the error. Either way, that's Acidity showing out their skills underneath the bridge and trying to ink up as much as they possibly can. Clam Blitz on the reef. It's always a wild affair, and so much turf that needs to be inked, so many routes to be accounted for, especially on defense. But it presents a lot of opportunity if you have momentum on your side and you get on the attack.
And I definitely agree. So, looks like right now, Southern Lights, they did go for the early push, but, quickly, they, Acid McFlurry, their team was able to come back. They were able to repaint. Now, they only just did get one clam in, and they don't have too many people near the basket, so it looks like it's just going to be one little quick push. But, looks like Acid McFlurry, they decided just to maintain mid, so they can still have a lot more opportunities to get some points here.
Acid McFlurry and Southern Lights, by the way, fighting for the right to play Arctic Moon, and definitely an honor worth fighting for, especially if it means advancing in this 12th Swim or Sink bracket. Young Obama on the nozzle nose, gotta love the name, and you gotta love the play that you're seeing thus far. You definitely want to see this. This thing start hitting the shots, but right now being made to play a game of keep away with Acidity, and there is no hiding from the Inkjet when it's on the prowl, and now they're looking to take the lead. They are facing a lot of firepower, and they indeed get 38 points remaining. Excuse me, I'm tripping over my words, and frankly, Southern Lights kind of tripping over themselves on this defensive stop.
Extremely good push, but you know what? There's still half the match left right now. Looks like with Southern Lights have their pity, and it looks like they still have about 6 other clams here with them, so... One down for Acid McFlurry. There goes the hammer. Oh, but looks like they do go down, but it's still a decent push. Right now, the team is the only one alive here for the side of Acid McFlurry. Oh, able to take down.
Oh, look at that.
I believe that is Champ here as Young Obama.
Yeah, but I mean, this is either way, wind up in a 2v1, and the defense is going to come in eventually, but not nearly enough as Legend is going to try to finish this game off right now. They're barely not able to. 95 to 62 on the board. Southern Lights on the cusp of winning this whole thing. They're about 2 power clams away from doing so, if my math is correct, and it's yeah, exactly that actually. Acidity going to take the skies hits again and gets Happy Sona, and looking for another pick as it's going to be the dually that frontliner that winds up being just a little too evasive. That nozzle nose goes down, and they're going to find yet another victim. Can't move around in that toxic mist. The Ultra Hammer is the only thing that's going to stop Acidity there, as Legend could very well be getting their team back on the prowl as Acidity comes back in. Legend, meanwhile, back at the ranch, going to take down... Oh, the Octobrush gets a trade, Mamba, but you got to think that Acid McFlurry are going to want to push the initiative here during the final minutes, and indeed, that looks like that's what Flurry has in mind.
And it looks like they do have a decent amount of clams right now. Looks like Acid McFlurry, they have about 14 clams at the ready. They just need to make... Oh, they're white! There's a wipe! for Southern Lights, that will be the opportunity for them to take lead, and that's a knockout.
You gotta love it. Beautiful strategy. The diversionary tactics right below the basket. You think that you have it all covered? Well, guess what? My boy up on the top, they got me covered. That's all they needed to do. No one paying attention to the higher ground. Acidity showing out on the Splash-O-Matic with 15 splats, and the 96 gal Flurry with 11. Yeah, that was the Flurry part. But man, oh man, the acid just dissolving the defense of Southern Lights, and they are going to go up 1-0. And as we go to splat zones on Piranha Pit, a few people were indicating that they wanted to see how this would play out. These teams are definitely playing an interesting enough game to make this a wild affair.
Absolutely, and I think with this map, see how close the first match was? I mean, it is a small map, and this map, it is more condensed around the zone. I feel like this is one of the maps where so many weapons, so many comps do very well. And I can see both teams changing. I do know that, I'm not sure if Pika will stick with the brush, they might. I know a lot of not bamboo armor weapons seem to be super good right now in the meta. So, we'll see.
I mean, we certainly will. For lack of options, I don't think they're going to be shaking hands and declaring a truce. So, and if they did, we might be here for a little bit longer than the next few hours. And you would be too, though, to be fair. We're glad to have you. So, kick back, relax, and enjoy some top-level Splatoon action as we take a look at the compositions. It's going to be a switch over to the Ink Brush. Pika trying to build up as much as they possibly can on the Nouveau, and a little bit of melee action there. And it's going to be a 2-for-1. They will be more than happy with that, giving their team a quick lead. And indeed, as Acid McFlurry gets the first cap of the zone, this is exactly what you want going into any map. But going on to Piranha Pit, though you do have a couple areas of ingress, any chance that you get to lock out your opposition is going to be one that you take, and Flurry gets a kill off of the bomb. Gotta love what you're seeing. A decent little 25-point push to start things out, and Southern Lights look perplexed, Mamba.
Definitely. It looks like, I believe Champ barely escaped that Booyah Bomb just a few moments ago. So right now, Southern Lights, they may have to rethink their strategy and make sure how they can get back in. But it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. They were able to recap the zone, 2 people down on the side of Acid McFlurry. Right now, it looks like what they're going to try and do is just save those specials, maintain that, and hopefully make it really hard for Acid McFlurry to come back in. It looks like right now both teams only have a couple specials at the ready. Actually, it looks like Acid going for the Inkjet, hopefully trying to get some picks. Looks like they might be able to neutralize at least one zone, but it looks like it's not good enough. Southern Lights are able to quickly repaint the zone. Grape there with a nice pick.
Yeah, and it's Acid McFlurry doing a decent job, but it seems like the entirety... So as the Ink Brush goes, so goes their offense. I mean, so much of it is being reliant on the effectiveness of that brush up close. And as you saw, Southern Lights starting to keep their distance, getting away from that brush and avoiding some of these 2v1s. And there you go. That brush being made to pull back as they saw the numbers coming in. Pika goes down yet again, and it looks like Southern Lights will indeed recap the zone and try to add on to the 87 points that they have accumulated thus far. Flurry is in a world of trouble, and Legend, how many times are we going to see them hunt down their opposition from the skies? The 96 gal taken out of commission for just a little bit, and Southern Lights recaps, trying to cut into their penalty. Oh, wait a second. We have a recap on McFlurry. What can I say, folks? It's fast-paced. It's high-quality Splatoon. We wouldn't have it any other way.
So, and the thing about this map, it is, even though it is flat, I feel like it's almost like a circular map where players can choose to go different directions, and especially this brush Pika constantly going around all over the map, and that's what you want to do. You want to make it difficult for your opponent to know where you are and take advantage of those weak spots. And right now, that's why these zones are going back and forth, back and forth. Right now, a lot of specials being popped. It looks like a double Inkjet to retake the zone here. But Storm getting a 9th double. Looks like it's going back and forth here.
I mean, the young Obama on an Inkjet. Things that I did not think I would see today. But or say today while I'm at it. Young Obama, again, doing a lot of good work on that nozzle nose as they are going to recap the zone yet again, and that's going to force a jump out. I did not see the name of who that was. Apologies for that, but cutting down into their penalty, they have not really given Acid McFlurry a whole lot of area of opportunity, as Young Obama will take to the skies, trying to get up on the plat. Aces up and takes Acidity out of the skies. It's going to be on the Ink Brush to try to take care of it. Eventually, someone coming in on the plat to get them upon the landing, but it may not be without consequences. That K-52 is having just a whale of a time getting in elsewise, being forced to rely on the Booyah Bomb, as Southern Lights are going to go for the knockout here. They have it all the way down to 5, and they are barely able to cap our Acid McFlurry before they are able to contest, but Southern Lights will, in fact, take this to 1 apiece via knockout. A lot of great work done on the Inkjet there. Some clutch plays, but big players make big plays, Mamba.
And you did see that at some point there was a little bit of, that fight coming back here from Acid McFlurry, but Southern Lights just held on to that zone. They were able to re-neutralize it, well, not get rid of it, and come back in, get those points, and go for the knockout. So very well executed there at the end. Very important picks going on. But again, right now we're moving on to Anchovy TC. So this is, it's not necessarily circular map here like Piranha Pit. Definitely a lot of very important key areas that you want to take care of. And seeing how versatile these comps have been, I'm not sure, what we'll be seeing from these teams in terms of weapon comps.
It should be interesting. I mean, when you're talking about this this map in particular, where you just become a duck in a shooting gallery, especially on that higher plat, trying to go past the second checkpoint, it's a tough ask, and you really do have to make sure that that you have the higher ground taken care of if you are going to be effective. Legend wound up leading the field with splats on the Nautilus in that last game with 14, but it could come down to how well you play that Inkjet and how well you hit those shots. And in that sense, I gotta say, Southern Lights might just have the advantage as we go to this deciding game number 3. Arctic Moon awaiting patiently for their opposition, and it will all be decided here. Rise up, gamers. It's about time we settled this.
All right, it looks like we're seeing looks like the same comps as the last game. Now there are a few changes. Looks like Pika decided to drop the brush, going for the Slosher, which I think is a very smart move. Slosher is such a good weapon on this map, and I feel like in this map, sometimes the toughest part is actually getting control of mid. And right now, that seems to be a bloodbath right now. Especially going off missiles. Looks like Acid McFlurry, they're having a little bit of hard time getting off their plat or even having control of their fan. As Southern Lights, they're just quick to get their specials and get that quick control here in mid.
Yeah, trying to sort out who will get the early advantage. Not a whole lot of progress being made on either side at the moment, but that Sea of Purple is going to allow Southern Lights to try to push in. Bombs only to challenge them. It will only stunt the progress just a little bit. Now, obviously, if you lose this checkpoint, it's not the end of the world for you if you're Acid McFlurry, but getting that second checkpoint, that's gonna present some problems.
And right now, it looks like Southern Lights, they're doing pretty good right now. Happy's just kind of chilling on tower. Looks like Pika is trying to contest that right now. There are some missiles coming out. Looks like they will have to get off tower here for a few moments, but looks like they did get past that checkpoint, which is huge. That's going to allow them to take a much bigger lead. Right now, it is a 4v3 situation. Legend over here and by their spawn. I don't know, Stu.
Yeah,
this is looking like...
This is disrespectful, bro. Oh my god, just getting these kills. Is looking for another one. Gets an assist on the top. And Southern Lights shining bright in loser's side. Doesn't matter if it's not melee lights anymore. It is still their time to shine. Look at that. And in that short span of a time, Legend leading the field on the Neo Splash with 7, right below with 8, excuse me, right below them with 7. However, good stuff from both sides. But Southern Lights, they had the game plan in mind, and when you have a name like Southern Lights that has become so well known over these past couple of months, that's an expectation. And they showed that against Acid McFlurry, who brought it, and it looked like this was their set to win, especially after Clan Blitz on the Reef. But Mamba, I gotta say, that was pretty convincing, especially going forward.
I feel like Southern Lights, they definitely adapted, especially in this last game. You know, as soon as they got that control, they kept it. So, but still kudos to both teams. Like you said, very super nice, super good Reef game for Clams. And I mean, Southern Lights, it looks like they're in it to win it right now. I don't think they're happy that they were sent to losers a little bit early, but looks like they are going after, you know, moving up into the grand finals, hopefully, or year 2, the through the losers bracket.
See, it all remains to be determined. They will move on to face off against Arctic Moon, even without Nolan. A quick descent into losers on their part in this evening, but nevertheless, as they're going to try to get their revenge on Arctic Moon, really, because they're the team that sent them into this particular half of bracket to begin with. On the other side of that, it's Wednesdays against Circles, so those 4 teams fighting it out, and of course Bubblegum sitting in losers. We'll have to see what happens next up. Don't go away. We're still in loser side here at Swim or Sink, presented to you on IPL Splatoon. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Swim or Sink, presented to you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Stu rocking out here with you alongside Mamba. So Southern Lights advancing via a score of 2-1, getting back into the swing of things. And Mamba, we've seen this a little bit too often in Swim or Sink. Certainly a little too often for whoever's sitting on winner's side for their liking. But a team picks up just a little bit of momentum in loser's side, then they start carrying it. Southern Lights is the exact sort of team that can get on a roll and simply not stop until they are in grands. And right now, it's Arctic Moon that stands in their way, who are no slouches, but definitely need to be aware of just how large momentum can loom at times.
Absolutely, and I feel like these two teams, looking at their history, these are two teams that have come a long way. I remember Southern Lights a couple years ago. They were still playing in would be SAC or lower level tournaments. Look where they are right now. Same with Arctic Moon. Gone a very long way now into the high divs. Considered some of the best teams here, and now they're going to get their rematch. We did see them earlier in the tournament. They did play a set. Arctic Moon did have a victory over that set 2-1. So still relatively close. So I don't think Southern Lights, I don't think they feel scared at all. It probably was a close set, especially when it's a best of 3. And now, since I believe it is a best of 5 here in this round, they feel more comfortable. I think they're definitely in it to win it.
Just a little bit, and maybe a little bit more room to experiment as well. Not to say that ballpoint Splatling is by any means uncharted territory in the competitive scene, but Dark going to break that out. And it's a weapon where you want to be just a little bit more mobile. And certainly Dark knows that. I think, if I recall correctly, they equipped double run speed up for this particular occasion. Probably a necessity more than anything else. But Dark is going to take this quick push in. Southern Lights has no one to really contest. 3-2 on the map. They might be going for a quick barrier breakage, but just as I say that, it's going to be Legend and company trying to take care of business down below. Legend going to want to paint up midfield as quickly as possible. They're just trying to paint for... Wait, they got the barrier breakage, and that some sneaky maneuvering, sharking by the Rainmaker. And Legend now maybe feeling like they have a little bit of leeway to paint mid. But I would assume so, considering they have the Rainmaker. But wow, pushing it all the way up 95-0 as an opening gambit. Mamba, that's not half bad.
And I will say that is a little bit of an unfortunate play, and that does happen a lot in Rainmaker, where you take your eyes off it just for a second, and next thing you know, they take a better lead. But again, this is also Rainmaker, where it doesn't matter how close they get it, it's not over until they knock it out. And look, this is what Southern Lights is trying to do. They know, hey, we haven't lost. We still got 3 minutes left in this game. We're going to knock out this Rainmaker. And actually, it looks like they're 3 down on the side of Arctic Moon. Southern Lights may be able to get this back.
Yeah, and that was their that was a frontliner just kind of hanging out there, and will eventually get the kill on Young Obama, who was the Rainmaker carrier. And Arctic Moon going to get this barrier breakage that may well end the push, as they are down 4-3 on the map, and one of their main inkers is indeed going to be out of commission for just a little bit, as Twig decides to swim up, trying to contest on the plat. Will not get anywhere really with that, but at least providing a little bit of pressure. Tries to get cheeky with a flank, but it's going to be that nozzle nose that says no. Obama says no, you can't, and goes to the skies to try to deny even more, trying to take out as many as they can from the skies, at least providing pressure and a good area in. It's going to add points to the board, but again, not enough for the kill. 2v1. There you go. Perhaps an area of opportunity here, Mamba.
All right, well, it looks like Southern Lights, they are playing a little bit cautious. They just want to get all their members back here. You see, looks like Grape just didn't want to quite go in there and go for the cheesy push. It looks like they're going for that smarter push right here. But it looks like 3 people will go down here on the side of Southern Lights, so that push will end. But there's still plenty of time left. And actually, it looks like 2 members of Southern Lights are already kind of back in mid. So they are making it difficult here for Arctic Moon to push back. Looks like they are playing pure offense right now.
Yeah, shock on that Nautilus, trying to emulate the success that so many people have had on this particular make, the 79. It may just come down to their inkjet kills as well. Gets Legend from halfway across the map. Going,
Right, I believe
yeah,
Shock is one of the only few left, but that's a trade, and a very good trade, because it looks like for Southern Lights, they're going to have to reset here on that Rainmaker and start this push all over. But again, with the minute left, looks like, I believe the Nozzle does have their special. There goes the Inkjet.
and looking for it. And yeah, so much to be said about the play of these frontliners. It's going to come down to how well Arctic Moon can hold out in that pitch. Shock getting pushed back, but gets the kill. Grape is going to go down and just barely shy of what they need to get points on the board. And Shock is just going to chill there, 4-2 on the map. They are more than content to just let this thing sit stagnant. They are indeed going to go back to mid and hope for that reset. No need to get it. They are actually going to get a grab and just sort of sit there. No need to, as Shock is going to put out a few party favors in mid, creating 2v1 situations from up above, and that is about as well as you can play it. Arctic Moon getting the first game in this set. Southern Lights sent reeling after that great initial push. And, well, it was a victory well earned, 95-84. And yeah, it turns out that that one cheeky little shark into getting the Rainmaker made all the difference. Twig with 20 kills on the K-52, by the way.
That's insane. And I've seen a lot of things on Twitter for Twig. A lot of fans. They've been popping off a lot in this tournament. So, you know, bringing that K-52 in, getting that 20K is insane. Still a very close match, and I would say it's just Arctic Moon. They had a very strong push, and sometimes you can't afford to let those strong pushes happen. And they played very good defense too as well. So we'll see how it's going to change with this upcoming map and mode. So they're going to be playing Humpback, Pump Track, Clam Blitz. And with this map, it's very different from Manta. It's a much circular map. I feel like the map control can sway both ways super quickly. So it's going to be a lot different from that larger map, especially with Rainmaker as well. Now it's Clams. So we'll see how both of these teams are going to play this out.
I mean, there's only one way to figure it out for sure. Yogi Berra said that's why you play the games. So definitely will be interesting to see how these things wind up. But at the same time, I feel like there are a lot of answers to be had here as we're taking a look at the compositions. Dark going with the Hydra, and this is a thing that we have seen from Dark in the past, is going for these big burly weapons with a lot of kill power in modes that require maybe just a little bit more mobility. It seems to work out for Dark, but at the same time, I feel like there's a lot to be said against this choice.
And I will say with Clams, you definitely run the risk that you don't have as much mobility, but I know that Dark, he's very comfortable with Hydra. I played against him many times, and he's very, very comfortable with that, and especially range in this map is pretty nice. But right now, it looks like the map controls here are going to Southern Lights. They have most of this map painted green. Looks like it's about an even situation right now. It's a 4v4. Looks like they're just trying to wait for specials. Happy here holding the super, hoping that maybe they can start this push going. And with the Inkjet, looks like that is going to happen.
Yeah, and indeed, it's going to be a little bit of a beneficial play there as they're trying to come back from the disadvantage, are Southern Lights. But still, this push in, not doing too poorly for them as they do get a clam in, at the very least. Still, what does that effectively do? Nothing except providing a power clam for your opposition. So now that they have that, they do, however, have someone go down in the middle of the map that looked to be Dark, actually, carrying that power clam. Probably not the most mobile ball carrier, but I mean, hey, there are power backs. And yeah, there you go. 2 power clams go in. Arctic Moon taking the lead, 40-20, and 2 minutes have elapsed. Plenty of time on the board, and Southern Lights trying to set up for their next push. But I mean, it seems like right now they got to get creative.
Right now, it's very important how they use their specials to get those pushes and maintain them. Right now, Southern Lights are not looking too bad. They do have a little bit of a penalty, but it's much smaller than Arctic Moon's. It looks like they will take 3 down from Arctic Moon, so they will get this push going. As long as they can push back that Hydra, they can get some massive points. For Dark is denying the push. They're able to. Looks like I believe 3 might have gone down here on the side of Southern Lights.
And that's the benefit of the Hydra. It's on defense. Maybe you don't get a whole lot pushing in, but if you are able to get that one big push where you're able to score something like 60, 70 points, then you have yourself a lockdown defender right up top, especially on Humpback Pump Track. And while Arctic Moon have not gotten that big push just yet, they have just enough to maintain the lead. That will change if they, with 2 more separate barrier breakages, I believe. But Dark, still maneuvering around, is going to get the barrier breakage, cuts in on the penalty, and another power clamp goes in, and Twig is doing their part as well. Down goes Young Obama, and Arctic Moon look to end this set as soon as they possibly can. A nice 69-point accumulation by them as Twig is just hanging out in the middle of fire, gonna sit in the corner. No one puts Twig in the corner except themselves, and Southern Lights all of a sudden sent reeling by the offensive gall, quite frankly, that Arctic Moon has just displayed before them.
All right, and a very strong push. Very good points here from Arctic Moon. It's going to be very hard for Southern Lights to come back. Now, like I said, this map, it's notorious for going back and forth, but it can also be super difficult to push because there's so many good areas where people can hold, play a lot of strong defense, especially fighting against Dark in that Hydra. It is probably the biggest wall that Southern Lights will have to face, and right now it is a 3v3 situation. I believe Shock had their inkjet ready, but they go down, so that is a really important pick here from Southern Lights. Looks like Grape might be trying to go for a flank, but Twig says no. Twig going for the
wow
ground carry. Oh, and the inkjet.
Wow! I mean, what else do you want from Twig? They were popping off from the get-go. That K-52 as dangerous as ever, and you see a lot of people employing this weapon for just that reason. They're trying to get kills. They are trying to put this game away, and even though they are down on the map, it's 2-2, so no real opportunity for a push, but Legend is going to have to make something happen offensively. They have the power clamp, they have the bomb rush to potentially make it happen, but a whole lot of open area, too many considerations to be had. They're going to throw a whole bunch on the midfield, and it looks like they had to use that as a means to stay alive. Dark is going to try to play defense, and they will get a barrier breakage, but they take down Legend, and that Hydra is going to stay vigilant and ready up at the top. The lockdown is on, and no one is able to get anything else on the board. 69-49 will be your final score as Arctic Moon stalls out Southern Lights and ends the push forward. Arctic Moon onto losers semis. And that was as textbook as it gets, a little bit of an unorthodox composition, all things considered. And we were kind of questioning the pick of the Hydra, but it pays dividends at the very end. And who was it that wound up starting the push to get up to 69 points? It was, in fact, Dark on that Hydra.
I feel like that's sometimes the scariest thing that people don't realize about Hydra is it's not necessarily the fact of how it can play objective or how it can push, but the defense. What we call it, the wall that you can't get through, and Dark just plays that role so well, and really made sure that no one got through in those pushes. So, still very, very good stuff that we saw from both teams, but also a very good, well-deserved win here for Arctic Moon.
Yeah, and it was a valiant effort by Southern Lights, nevertheless, but the moon shines just a little bit brighter tonight. We'll have to see if they can continue on, as they will face one of either Wednesdays or Circles. They are drawn up 1-1 at the moment. We're going to have to just wait and... Oh, Wednesday's 1, excuse me. I'm the bracket did not update automatically, so apologies for that. But it's going to be Arctic Moon and Wednesdays for the right to take on Bubblegum. That's coming up next here on Swimmer Sync. Don't go away.
And welcome back, everybody. It's me, Black Mama Mia, or just Mamba. And we are back here on Twitch TV / Swimmer Sync here for from IPL. And here I am joined today by Stu.
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, Mamba, I'm not gonna lie. I saw Mamba, the first thing that came to mind was Kobe Bryant, and as a Philadelphia native, I certainly appreciate that. So whether you meant that or not, I certainly love having you here. But having Arctic Moon on the stream is something that we're very used to here at Swimmer Sync. Usually you see them advance pretty far in the bracket, and certainly this week was no exception. But going up against Wednesday, who has shown to be a pretty decent team in their own right, making it, I believe it was, to winners semifinals before eventually going down to Bubblegum by a score of 3-0. Wednesdays could be fighting for a chance at revenge on Bubblegum, but it was I believe their opposition that wound up going down in semis as well to the eventual grand finalists InControl. So we'll have to see how it plays out. A Tentabrella is being broken out. Maybe not a shock here for Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion, but at the same time, you're seeing a lot of quick respawn here.
Definitely. Sometimes I feel like you might need it with this map. It's basically
Keep bodies on the zone.
And also, as soon as you drop down, depending where you go, you're kind of dedicated at that point. You already made that commitment of where you need to go. And if there's some people waiting for you, you don't really have much room to escape. So that's where the quick respawn comes in, especially since it takes quite a bit of time to get here into the zone, and looks like Arctic Moon able to take that zone pretty quickly, and they're painting up very aggressively, making sure there's absolutely no room for Wednesdays to come back in. But right now, it looks like Wednesdays, they're just focusing on making sure they do not feed, and they keep those specials. Right now they have 3 specials at the ready, and they can almost start this push at any time, so we'll see. Oh, looks like we might be seeing, I believe, an armor going out here for the side of Wednesdays. Oh, there's the hammer.
We're seeing a lot of tracking back, trying to get Wednesdays to chase them. No rope-a-doping happening here, but what's that? Actually, it's jerking the curtain, I believe, is the proper term there. I'm getting my Carney terminology mixed up. Excuse me, but nevertheless, Wednesdays gonna pop an ink armor, and yeah, you want talk about keeping bodies on the zone. That's certainly one way of doing it. The armor is going to expire as they come across just a little too much firepower as Arctic Moon maintain this lead, though again, Wednesdays getting picked off on the zone just a little too easily. Twig is going to take down yet another one, and they're going to maintain the zone in the face of adversity, trying to count down and advance this 71-point total even further beyond. Easy to do when you have players with the kill power. That's what he does.
All right. And looks like, I'm sorry, I was back up. It looks like I was a little bit delayed, but right now, Arctic Moon here, just making sure the zone gets painted right now. They're fighting off that tent. Looks like they go down right away. Also, they take out the hammer, but there's 3 down here on the side of Arctic. Oh, no, actually, on the side of Wednesday. So Arctic Moon, looks like this might be GG's for them.
It definitely is. Arctic Moon going up 1-0, locking out Wednesdays and carrying on here in losers semis. All of a sudden, Wednesday up against the wall, and you saw their composition trying to protect themselves as much as they possibly can, but there's simply too much to deal with, certainly from that K52 and that Junior combining to lead the field in splats. But all of a sudden, Wednesdays backs up against the wall as we're going to Rainmaker. Blackbelly, I gotta say, Mamba, this might be a tough ask. We might need to see innovation and just a little bit of novelty from Wednesdays if they want to take down Arctic Moon. With the role that they're on, I don't know, that's a rough go of things.
Absolutely, and I feel like the previous map was a bit difficult because, like I said, you have to make a certain commitment the way that you have to move down that map, and you have to have some innovation on how to get back in, not just with your specials. And with this map, it is a lot different. But I feel like this map in Rainmaker, they definitely have improved it. It used to be a map where you could just quickly, get that cheesy win or, that quick wipe and then knock it out. And now it's a lot harder, especially, I feel like, I don't know, we might see Dart coming back here with that Hydra. And with Hydra, and you use it on a map like this where it's such a defensive weapon that won't let anything through. I don't know. I feel like that would be, even though it might be an odd pick, it might work for Arctic Moon. And Wednesdays might have to play through that wall.
Well, I mean, there's a prominent Smash player who says, if you do what you're supposed to do every time, you will lose every time. Predictability is absolutely what kills certain teams. And really, no matter what game you play, if they know what's coming, they probably have a counterplay in order to counterplay it. For a word that, for lack of a word, that maybe it does exist, but it's not coming to my brain right now. Either way, Fur is going to go right back on the Nautilus. They are going to abandon that Tentabrella and instead use the Sea-Jet. Probably a decent choice, especially on a map so linear as this. Stingray is going to be abound for both sides, it seems, as we're going to try to go to the skies. Twig is going to get taken out by that Inkjet. 2-2 on the map, just bodies flying everywhere, and eventually Arctic Moon are going to take first possession of the Rainmaker and carry it forward. This is Burr kind of on the back foot here, trying to play catch-up, looking for the flank, and eventually does succeed in getting it, but not without its casualties. Wednesday is going to be on the back foot yet again. 26 points on the board. Not insurmountable, Mamba, but still not exactly favorable either, especially when you got players like Shock who are so willing to take bodies in the middle of the map, Mamba.
Absolutely, and Shock, I know he is very comfortable with this Knot, and especially this is one of the maps where Knot completely excels. And looks like with Arctic Moon, they're ready to go for and get a really nice push here. Right now, like you said, 48, not the best push, but the Ray is just clearing out a path. Looks like it's a 3v3 situation, and then Inkjet is keeping that Rainmaker from getting popped. It looks like the pop will, I think it went to Wednesdays, and right now it's just pure defense for Wednesdays, hoping they could just keep that Rainmaker off the plats.
Oh, and that might have wound up being more of a curse than anything else. Arctic Moon were in decent position to get that Rainmaker. It seems like the possession will indeed go back to Wednesdays, as they will get a wipe short of that Junior at the very least, who is now playing defense themselves. Wednesdays are going to start their push up on the opposite platform. Let's see them get a taste of their own medicine, perhaps, as it's going to be Fur taken into the skies, looking for Splats, applying pressure, not finding anything, but is at least able to scramble the Jets just a little bit and doing the work on the Nautilus to back it up. But Shock says, anything you can do, I can do better, and so can my team, as right now they maintain a 54 lead on Wednesdays.
All right, looks like Shot taking a very good position here. This is where you don't want the Nut to be in Black Belly, and he's taking full advantage of that. Oh, it looks like he was able to take down the Not Here from Wednesdays. Oh, 2 down.
This is it.
Right now, I believe, I'm not sure, that is the Junior just trying to hold by the podium.
Yeah, they're trying everything they can to defend the gold. Twig going to try to get this Splat. Is at least able to practice some evasive maneuvering, trying to delay this interaction a little bit longer. They tried to grab and did not get it. That's only going to serve to get the to keep the objective in their side of the map. Twig is going to get this other kill. Wait a second, the Nautilus is going to take them down. As Wednesdays right now on the back foot, they might just let this thing reset, and looks like it's just Arctic Moon playing 3 steps ahead at the moment.
But it looks like Wednesdays, they have 3 specials left already. Right now, the Rainmaker is a mid. They have time for another push. And right now, 22, even though it's a good lead, hey, this is Black Belly Rainmaker. A 22 is not a safe lead in this map at all. And I believe Arctic Moon knows that. They have been trying to play very aggressively, trying to get a better push each time. But right now, Wednesdays is going to be have to be very smart with how they use those specials, because time is running out and they need this push.
Yeah, Dark just trying to build up special as fast as they can, trying to stop this Rainmaker from advancing. Yeah, there's nowhere to run from that thing, but good evasive maneuvering from the carrier there. We're going to get to see who that is exactly. I could not, but Dark trying to play a little bit more defense, perhaps trying to build up Rainmaker even more. There's a lot of areas to be considered here, and still, it's going to be her trying to carry this forward, maybe even getting the lead, but it's going to be the Ray does eventually find their mark that time as Shock takes care of the supporting cast around them. 3-2 on the map, 20 seconds to go. They are going to face a challenge from directly in front of them, but they're going to try to push this forward, and instead, as Shock gets a kill on Fur, 10 seconds to go, I think they will get it one last push, but, oh, they have numbers on the map, too. They could very well do this. Her is going to be rewarded with their offensive advancements, but the key has to be taking down the Sea-Jet if they are going to get this Ray neutralized. Her, it's all on them, but it's gonna be the Stingray that takes them down. And Arctic Moon rises yet again to the occasion. Down goes Wednesdays. Arctic Moon on to losers final.
Very well played from both teams, but they just had that what we call the GG Ray ready, and
we do call it that. You're right. Please excuse my my lack of nomenclature, but please continue, Mamba.
All right, but I believe that was a best of 3 set, so we will be moving on here to the what would be, I believe, losers finals.
I want to say that you are right, but it's going to be Arctic Moon versus Bubblegum in losers final. Arctic Moon, they're on a roll right now. I don't know. It's tough when you start catching fire, but Bubblegum, the way that their team is set up, there's a lot of opportunity for advancement, especially when you have a backliner like Time, when you have someone who is so bloodthirsty like Synapse. I gotta say, the potential frontline battles that we could see between Synapse and Twig, you talk about a heavyweight prize fight up front, Mamba. Oh my goodness, that's
gonna be the battle of the 52s.
Absolutely, just two big dudes just slapping each other with water jugs. It's gonna be a time, and we're going to see how it works itself out in losers final. The only thing we know for sure, chat, winner goes on, loser goes home. It's losers finals, and it's up next here on Swimmer Sync 12. Don't go away. And welcome back, folks. We are getting into losers final, Arctic Moon versus Bubblegum. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Just a few technological differences happening here, but Arctic Moon still, I kind of wonder because you have all that momentum if you're Arctic Moon, and you know that you're going to have to be in peak form, even if you get through this set against Bubblegum, which is not a given by any stretch of the imagination. You have to go up against InControl, which is a tough ask for any team, really. But Arctic Moon, I kind of wonder if having that cooldown, that point of cool off, might come back to bite them in this set, Mamba.
And I would say, both of these rosters have, very, very strong names, very strong players. I would even call them almost scary to play against. Because just looking at the roster here for Bubblegum, we have one of the best bamboo mains here in the West, one of the best sniper mains. I hear so many good things about Waka. Of course, Synapse, the 52 main, gonna be going head to head here against Twig. So we'll see how this plays out.
We're seeing it all kind of converge in the middle, some on top, some on bottom. Just a matter of where you are in relation to the bridge, I suppose. And indeed, the first kill is registered by that K52. That is Synapse, who we have seen just absolutely pop off over the course of some of these brackets. And Synapse, of course, so prolific with Sonder and is going to be taken down there. Dark, again, on that Hydra is going to come in handy on tower control. The range coming in and just ruining Rui Char. It's 4-2 on the map as Arctic Moon will retake. No clearance of that checkpoint, 51 points, but really it could be a matter of the winner is determined by who clears checkpoint number 2. Twig is going to deploy their Booyah Bomb, and Arctic Moon trying to start off with their offensive endeavor. A lot of engagement on that side of the map. It looks like the first checkpoint will indeed be cleared, and it is. And you thought you were safe with that splash wall. Twig had other options in mind, said, hey, big boy, I'm right here. If you want to fight, I've got more than plenty to give you.
All right, it looks like Kiwi. Oh,
what a kill with the bomb.
Trying to jump out, but the bomb.
Oh,
and actually,
it could well get
4v2
past
situation right now.
Yeah, and they're doing well to advance this. They weren't even able to challenge the second checkpoint. Twig taking the fight right to them up on that plat from the lower ground. And it could be the Booyah Bomb that gets them again. They could be getting the knockout blow here. They're going to ride it all the way. And Arctic Moon with a statement in game number 1. A shot straight to the proverbial jaw, knocking the gum out their mouths. And yeah, if you're Synapse and company, what are you doing there? Because you just got mollywopped straight up by Arctic Moon.
And it looked like Bubblegum, was starting off pretty strong at first. But yeah, as soon as they lost control, they just had so much trouble coming back. And I feel that maybe they will need to rework their comp a little bit. Their comp did have very little paint, and it really depends on how much they can kill. But right now, Arctic Moon is just playing exceptional right now. Right now, we have been seeing them through these last few losers rounds. And they're warmed up. They're ready to go. They want to come back and move on here to the grand finals, and they're not playing. And right now we're gonna be moving on to Spot Zones in the Albacore Hotel, which I know for me and maybe some other people, you leave off a huge sigh because this is definitely one of those maps where range is key. And I feel like both of these teams definitely have really good backline players that can take advantage of this map.
Yeah, and certainly when you're talking about individuals like Dark and Rui Char who are so good on those backline weapons, Dark was simply able to take advantage of their positioning just a little bit more in that one. And certainly when you have someone who is as in form as Twig is right now, certainly doesn't hurt. So it's going to be on the burden of proof is going to fall on Bubblegum to see if they can stay in this one. We're seeing the Bamboozler being broken out and combated with the Sea-Jet. And yeah, just like that, we're seeing the Bamboo rearing its head at the start. Excuse me, that's not a Bamboo at all. That is an E-Leader. And so dueling E leaders, we're seeing that, and kind of makes sense. It's a little bit more of a stationary mode. Synapse making their presence known in the middle of the map as well. Bubblegum, this seems to be the key point here, is getting those splats and making sure that you have the numbers advantage so that you just can't ink. I know it sounds basic, but that could very well be as simple as the game plan needs to be, Mamba.
And I feel that there's really no surprise actually seeing E-Leader, seeing how actually it's becoming a lot more popular in Japan in their meta. And believe it or not, it paints really decently. So both teams, using that range, and actually it looks like Arctic Moon finally able to take back the zone. And they're taking advantage of it. They are trying to paint up as much as possible, making it very hard for Bubblegum to push back up. Twig just maintaining that left side. Very good place here for a 52, especially utilizing that splash wall. It looks like there is also a Booyah Bomb ready on the side of Bubblegum, so we're going to be ready to see that very soon, how they're going to use that to take back the zone. But, looks like there is a Ray that's telling them, no, you're not going to be taking back the zone. Right now, you're going to have to fight, I believe, I'm not sure if that is Synapse? But looks like they're giving Rui a very hard time.
No, Shock. Nope. Shock rushing them down and trying to get into mid. Kiwi said no. And it's going to be that Bamboozler that's going to try to do some damage. But it looks like Bubblegum is going to try to retake the zone with the help of that Tri-Slosher. Waka popping off. You better believe Waka has got some support in that chat, certainly earlier on. Better be sounding off for the homie now, because they just recapped the zone, and they will be looking to add on to their 60-point total as of right now. As the penalty expires, they have an ink armor. They will pop it as they will try to recap. And indeed, will cut down in on it. Kiwi is going to get taken down. Just a little too much to deal with from Dark. And that's not a point of shame. It's just, you got out-comped. And sometimes that's how this game is, Mamba.
It looks like right now for Arctic Moon, they don't have the lead, but they are sitting in a pretty good position. They made sure they had specials. They are ready to take on Bubblegum here when they're trying to take back this push. And it looks like they're 2 down on the side of Bubblegum. Right now, the lead just keeps on... looks like they are the points are getting closer and closer. And I believe Arctic Moon may be able to get the lead here. And they do.
Yeah, they very well could. And Arctic Moon trying to close this thing out. But Bubblegum has plans otherwise. 75 points to 67 as it stands on the board. Twig going to try to go around and get this kill, but that was well scouted, and it's going to be the other homeboy Waka coming in with that kill. And Arctic Moon are able to recap the zone and try to assess the penalty on the Bubblegum. That could loom large, especially as we are at a minute and a half remaining. Dark again trying to wreak havoc and keep Bubblegum at bay, but I don't know. This is just a little too it's a little too hairy to call right now. Still anyone's game, as Arctic Moon will be looking to cut in on their penalty. Bubblegum just trying to find a way in. It could well start with the... Oh, I was about to say it could start with the rain, but they're down 4-2 on this map. This could be Arctic Moon's set here, Mamba.
But it looks like Synapse is going for that clutch take back here. They neutralized zone. They took down the 52, but there was not enough time. And unfortunately, it looks like the win will not be for Bubblegum. It will go to Arctic Moon.
How many times have we seen what we just saw from Arctic Moon? A lot of really good frontline play by Twig, supplemented with some clutch backlining. Dark, it's the curse of the backliner, where you have a role to play, but even then, especially those who play solo queue can definitely relate to this. You're not always in influence of how well your team truly does. And Dark, not one to kind of sit back and let the game play out and just be a support. No, going out and headhunting, getting double-digit splats in that one, leading the map and leading the field, in fact, with 10. And so Dark doing a great job. You need range on New Albacore Hotel. They are more than keen to provide it. So it's going to be Arctic Moon going up against InControl and Mamba. It looks like this one's going to be fun.
Absolutely, and seeing how Arctic Moon, how they pretty much blaze through losers bracket, winning all these games, and so far their teamwork has been on point. Like you were saying earlier, strong players from both teams, but Arctic Moon just has that edge. They were, the back line was able to play aggressively. The front line was constantly pushing at their back line, making it very hard for them. And right now they're feeling pretty good right now. And InControl, they haven't been. They've been had a good break here this whole tournament since they made it to the finals. So who knows if that momentum will be able to help Arctic Moon win this tournament. And again, if Arctic Moon does take this next set, there will be a bracket reset. So we would be essentially going here to another best of 5. So for Arctic Moon, they really have to take this momentum to take this one.
They are more than capable of doing it, but it will be InControl trying to live up to their name and have a full grip on Swim or Sink 12. It's going to be InControl versus Arctic Moon in Grand Finals. Next, here on Swim or Sink. And welcome back here to Swim or Sink 12. Arctic Moon carrying themselves all the way into Grand Finals, doing in pretty dominant fashion, if we're being completely honest, Mamba. But now they are going up against InControl. Is this a bridge too far? I'm not really sure, but InControl certainly earning their spot here in this final set.
And looks like we will be moving on to Starfish Main Stage TC. Now this map, I mean, it could go a lot of ways. It could be a difficult map. Like with a lot of TC stages, like there's a lot, getting through the checkpoints is the hardest part. You need that map control, you need specials, you need people to be in the right places. So what I feel like both of these teams, they both have showed that to us, that they can position themselves correctly, they can communicate. So I feel like this is going to be a good Grand Finals we're going to be watching today's too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you're talking about InControl, it is more than just a name. They like to keep the numbers in their favor. And yeah, at the end of the day, you got to focus on objective. But what makes the objective easier? Taking heads. You better believe that individuals like Shinex and Madness, Spencer, and Omega are going to be looking to do just that. However, Arctic Moon, the Cinderella story continues all throughout this bracket. Will the clock strike midnight, or will they dance their way into a reset? There's only one way to find out, and it starts on the main stage It's time to ride the tower here in Grand Finals for Swim or Sink 12. Gonna take a quick look at the compositions, and then off we go. Dark on the familiar Hydra Splat lane. We're seeing the Roller as well as the Nautilus come out. The Nautilus from both sides, with the Roller on the side of Omega Send, and you better believe that speed is going to be the key there and trying to destabilize the defense of Arctic Moon.
All right, and it looks like with InControl, they know how to play this game. Omega here with a Carbon. Oh, and I was about to mention how they're probably going to go for some sharking pushes, but it looks like they go down. So Arctic Moon, I believe they took 3 down here from the side of InControl, so they're getting a pretty early, strong push. Twig, wasting no time to push in, using that Booyah Bomb, creating that paint. It looks like the push is so... It looks like they will be contested here in this next checkpoint.
Yeah, now is Twig again, who has been popping off this entire night, trying to get initiative back onto their side, but maybe extending just a little bit too far, realizing that their teammates needed help, but it's going to be a 3v1 situation. Make that a wipe, as Send is going to try to help ink the midfield and get some points on the board for their side. They did get a clearance on a checkpoint, did Arctic Moon, but now InControl in pretty decent position to do the same. Having to combat Twig, though, at that distance is going to be tough, especially when you factor in the splash walls that Twig can throw out seemingly at will.
Absolutely, and it looks like Omega able to win that 1v1 here against the Knot, and it could be pretty difficult, especially when you do have to fight against armor as Roller. But it looks like they were able to fight them off. But right now, Arctic Moon able to keep that offense going. There are a couple people that go down here in control. Twig just in a very great position here to keep anyone from coming up to snipe.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder, it's interesting how we saw that play out, isn't it, Mamba? Because it was like we saw them, they weren't even getting the kills, but they were still pushing the line back. Is InControl giving them just a little bit too much respect, or is it something that Arctic Moon is doing specifically that's allowing them to get into InControl's territory so easily?
Sometimes you don't always need those those kills. Sometimes you just need to provide that pressure, and that's what Arctic Moon has, especially with the Hydra. I feel like sometimes that could be the weapon that gives so much pressure. It makes it so fearful for some people just to even move. And right now, Dark just setting up in a really great position, providing jumps to their teammates. So they've been able to constantly fight back as soon as InControl has been pushing. And right now, there is still 2 minutes left. InControl can definitely turn it around. They still get a few pushes in, but right now it looks like Madness, I believe. Oh, looks like they caught a really good flank here from Twig. 2 flanks, 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon.
Yeah, this could be the opportunity that Madness and company were looking for, a chance to get InControl back in control of this match, and they're going to take down Dark as well. So no jump being provided. This is going to be a destabilizing force. Madness takes to the skies and gets 2, and Shock is going to try to fight back and take down some members of their own, but yeah, that's going to be the Nautilus. Yet again, Madness is providing exactly what InControl needs to get back into this thing, and they have taken the lead, trying to take down the second checkpoint. They will do so successfully. Madness is absolutely popping off. A little bit of hysteria from the Nautilus, and they're going to go to the skies yet again, trying to take down their opposition from that snipe. They will not do so, but it is good enough for an 81-point push, 81 to 67 on the board right now. 57, excuse me.
Fire right now. I don't think he's even died. I think he has like 8 splash streak right now. And he's definitely going for that ink check, going for the push. Oh, he finally goes down to Shock's Nautilus, but excellent work coming here from Madness.
Yeah, excellent work thus far, but it's not even over yet. That's the thing. We saw how easily Arctic Moon were able to get in and provide that initial push. They simply were not able to get that second checkpoint. This is a thing that Arctic Moon is capable of doing, but they are being made to do it now. There is no choice if they want to take, if they want to maintain control of this set. And as we go into the last 10 seconds, they are pushing into territory. They're going to have to start getting the picks here. Arctic Moon providing the pressure up front, but there's so much firepower coming from up above. The Tower Rider is going to be taken out. The Booyah Bomb is going to provide an area to get in. Omega is going to help with the checkpoint clearance, but they're all taken out. A big, swift explosion, and with one fell swoop of the sword, Arctic Moon's hopes on Starfish main stage are cut in half. InControl goes up 1-0. And as we take a look at the stats, yeah, that tells the story, doesn't it? Madness getting 16 splats and only 2 Inkjets, Mamba. That combined with the efforts of the Junior getting 14 of their own, combining for 30, that is exactly what you need and exactly what you would expect for such an assertive push as InControl provided.
And I would say still kudos to both teams. You did see there, I believe InControl may have been something here in those last few seconds. Arctic Moon was able to get quite a few picks when they started making that final push, but they still were able to pull off the defense. And again, right, seeing all those picks coming from Madness, it's might turn into more of a battle of the knots between Shock and Madness. And but we will be heading here to our next map mode, which will be Rainmaker Anchovy. Also a very good map for Knot. So I don't see Madness probably coming off that Knot anytime soon. But let's see what our
it's worked so well. It's Shock. Yeah, it's they're gonna have to combat Madness, and that is a tough ask, but we have seen Shock do some incredible work. Almost identical compositions in terms of gear setup, it should be noted. But yeah, you're seeing how much emphasis Dark is going to put on Stingray, and immediately they get that broken out, wasting absolutely no time with that, leaving a whole lot of room to maybe build up the Stingray where the other team. And you're seeing just a whole smorgasbord of green ink on their side. It's going to be tough for InControl to fight through that. But again, one good push is all you need, is it not?
Mm-hmm. And you need one good push, and hopefully that push is a knockout. And actually, it looks like Swenstar getting a really nice snipe here. And looks like they really have the only change that Arctic Moon made to their comp is adding that Ray. But, with InControl, they're like, hey, I got a Ray too. So it looks like it might even out here, but 3 down go on the side of InControl, so this map control is going to shift right here.
Yeah, Arctic Moon going to try the push right here, but again, you're having to contest the plat, and now you're fighting the Stingray. If you lose it here, no shame in it, but you got to think if you're Arctic Moon, there was an area of opportunity that they simply could not capitalize on quick enough. InControl are going to be thankful for that. They only gave up 26 points there, but if you're Arctic Moon, you know there could have been more, and that provides an area of opportunity for certain. As they're going to get another carry with the Rainmaker, pushing it up to 49. Cheeky stuff by Shock to get the barrier breakage, and Swenster is doing an incredible job on these on that Charger, getting all the kills that they possibly can. The scope in full effect here on Anchovy.
All right, and it looks like that allowed Omega just to go into, looks like near their spawn, and that's what you want to be careful. You want to be careful of that shark and carbon, and it looks like that is what Omega is good at. And actually taking the Rainmaker here to this right side, it is risky, but there's a good reward if you're able to pull it out. It's a very difficult place for them to get it out of here. So it looks like InControl is going to have to do some work getting it out of there and making sure that no one in Arctic Moon is anywhere near it.
Shock trying to contest on the fan. It looks like a battle of the knots there, if I'm not mistaken, and indeed, they're going to get the assist. Shock providing just a little bit of a diversion, and Twig winds up picking the kill. That's what we call a poacher's goal in the business. And a 2v1 does wind up taking down Shinx, but Omega is going to say, just like the alphabet, I'm the end of that. And they're going to try to get the kill on the landing with the Inkjet. Does, in fact, get shocked. Omega trying to do as much work as they possibly can with this incredibly quick weapon, trying to send the piston to them, but it looks like enemy fire is going to find them first as Dark trying to be the wall that Arctic Moon so desperately needs in order to get back in this set.
All right, it looks like the Rainmaker has been in the same area for quite some time. It can be very difficult to get it out of there, but it looks like this may get the lead here for InControl, and it does. And right now they are set up to get even more points if they can just get through these final two people. But nope, it looks like Dark is going to deny them that, taking that ring.
Wow, yeah. That cheeky piston push, again, you can't lean on that, but it is such a good mix-up. And InControl take full advantage. It is 76-49 as it stands in favor of InControl, looking to take a dominating lead in this one and go up 2-0 as we approach the final minute. What's it going to take for InControl to close this out? All they need to do is stall it out, right?
And I believe that is going to be their goal right now. But right now it's getting pretty difficult. The Rainmaker is on their fan, and that's not the best place for both teams. It's pretty difficult. It's a very small area, and whoever's over there, they probably might get killed by the pop. But it looks like Madness was. Oh, it looks like they were able to stop the Rainmaker just right behind Madness.
Yeah, Twig is going to take care of the fan, and they might need to get the... Oh, wait a second. It was InControl that wound up grabbing the Rainmaker. That's going to cost Arctic Moon valuable time. Twig is going to have to take care of the fan, and they do indeed get possession. The Booyah Bomb is going to try to lend some assistance, looking to take down the Nautilus, but they're going to have to do this short-handed if they want to defend it. Arctic Moon trying to get this push. It's 4-2 on the map. They could be going forward here. Shinx gets taken down as well. They need to push into spawn now. The Charger, however, is going to be exacting as always. One shot will do it, but they push forward and they go down. Eventually, at long last, they get the defense that they needed. InControl goes up 2-0, but my, oh my, Mamba, they did not go down without a fight.
They certainly did not. I mean, it was a real nail biter at the end. I almost thought they could have taken that lead, but Madness right there with a very clutch pick. But still, I really like how Arctic Moon, instead of, hey, we're not going for these cheesy pushes anymore. No, we are making sure we cover every corner and try to get that Rainmaker, but it just wasn't enough. InControl's defense, it is what their name is. They're in control of that defense. And, they're just one step closer to possibly taking this set. Now, Arctic Moon, the reverse sweeps, they can come at any time. So who knows? It's not over yet, and we're gonna be moving on to New Albacore Hotel Splat Zones. Now, I believe we did watch this map M mode in the earlier set here. Arctic Moon, I believe it was versus. I'm not sure if it was Wednesday, but they certainly know how to play this map. So this could be their comeback.
I mean, it could be, but at the same time, what we saw from InControl, that is the sort of late game push that just deflates you if you're Arctic Moon. And maybe it wasn't as late as, say, like, okay, it goes into OT and we win it there, but man, it can be discouraging. Now, Arctic Moon is going to have to do what very few teams can do against someone the quality of InControl, get a reverse sweep. They'll need to do so at New Albacore Hotel, and I would imagine that if they are to do it, they will need to do so on the back of Dark, who has led their team in splats on this map. But yeah, you see the E-leader getting broken out by InControl. This is like when a team in baseball breaks out their closer, right? You know that all you need is for them to get you just that little bit further, and when you have range like Swenster is wielding, that's going to make it all the tougher for a team like Arctic Moon to assert themselves on this map.
All right, and we actually also see Arctic Moon. They came out with a comp that they previously won with, so they are certainly comfortable. But instead of InControl, they do have a little bit more of unconventional comp. It may be working for them. We're seeing how that Flings is working. Those missiles are going to be important to actually spread out their backline. But right now, looks like Arctic Moon, they do have the zone currently. It is a 4v3 situation, and Madness looks like they have their special ready, and they are harassing the Charger. So, looks like they're going to be taking back zone pretty soon.
So it seems, and Shock will go down. The Nautilus on Nautilus violence. You hate to see it, chat, but Madness is going to nevertheless partake in trying to cut down on that 20-point lead, the 20-point total that they have. And Arctic Moon trying to fight back. Dark saying to Swenster, hey, you know what else has pretty good range? The Stingray. That's the second time they've gotten them. So the shot calling, Dark is specifically targeting Swenster, and that could well be the key here, is how many Stingrays they can get to combat the E-Leader and the other ranged options that InControl are going to provide here.
It looks like it might be a battle of the backlines here. Swenster coming back here with a snipe on the Jet. And it looks like they have, they're just chilling right now in zone, putting down some Ig mines. So right now it is still InControl with the lead. Looks like one person did go down on the side of Arctic Moon. It's going to be very tough. They're going to have to be very careful with how they push back on this map because again, it is a large map. If you do go down, it takes a long time to get back into zone. It is not easy to push back on this map. And right now, as the timer's ticking down. Oh, but it looks like Twig is able to use her Booyah Bomb, take someone down, and they get the zone back.
Yeah, but not without accumulating 87 points. Did InControl, as Swenster is going to combat that. They eventually draw out Twig for a 2v1, and again, that individual brilliance, it only works so well if you don't know where the rest of your team is, where their team is rather. So Swenster is going to try to cut down on their own penalty. I don't think they're inking zone, Mamba, but at the same time, a very valuable role to be played in keeping Arctic Moon at bay. But again, that's Dark, perhaps looking for the E-Leader, finding it yet again. That's going to be the counterplay. It seems like it's working just a little bit too slowly. Maybe just not an assertive enough composition to combat what Omega is bringing on the Carbon Roller as well.
And I will say for Arctic Moon, what they need to do, they need to maintain that zone here for quite some time. Typically, they've just been recapping it only for a short time, and it's not helping them too much. But right now, it looks like they will be getting some very good points here on the board. Shinex, however, does get a good pick here. They do have their special ready, and it looks like it's a 4v3 situation here close to mid. And it looks like for InControl, there's a bit of fighting going on here mid, but the zone will go back. And look at the penalties. They're both around the same. So for Arctic Moon, they really need to make sure they play the rest of this game almost flawlessly if they want to win this match.
Yeah, it's a significant penalty, but nevertheless, InControl are more than happy to cut into their own. They're trying to get this knockout, looking far beyond this tournament, perhaps. But Arctic Moon says, if you overlook us, that is a grave mistake, and we'll be glad to show you why. They do recap the zone, even short-handed as Swenster was taken down. Shock is going to go down as well, as InControl will look to recap with 30 seconds to go. So many splats being had. Twig and Dark going down 4-2 on the map, as Shinex and company are able to recap. They did apparently get the sensor placed on them, as we are at the spawn, taking a look over on the left side of the map. InControl trying to get this thing all wrapped up. I'll take this one to go, please. But it's again the Booyah Bomb providing the assist there. Arctic Moon get the recap with 5 seconds to go. It all comes down to this. 4-2 on the map. They'll be looking for the kills however they can possibly get them. But their position is going to be challenged with that with those Tentamissiles. Twig not going to be sent running, however. They're playing a little bit conservatively. Getting Swenster! That's a big one! And now a little bit of that range is capped off a little bit. And yet again, this could be a staggered wipe! They're going for it. Send is the only one left remaining! But no! Arctic Moon is not going down just yet! They take Splat Zones, taking the lead 88-87, and the Arctic Moon in the midnight hour, it ain't going behind the clouds yet.
Definitely, it looks like it is not gone. Now, I will mention that it looks like there was a DC on the end here of for InControl. I believe we could go ahead double check with the TOs. I believe that may count. That may have been over the time.
It was, yeah.
And so it looks like that game will be going to Arctic Moon.
Yeah, and that's just such a shame because you saw how well they were counterplaying. Like, everything worked out as InControl was, as Arctic Moon was planning. They were using the shot calling specifically to try to take care of the E leader with the Stingray. But at the same time, it just it happened a little bit too late, and it was happening a little bit too slowly at the beginning of the match. But then as time picked up, like TC aside, Arctic Moon earned that game. And even with the DC, if we're being completely honest, I'm not sure it happened at a significant enough point to really turn the tide of the match.
Very, very true. And honestly, this could be the momentum that Arctic Moon needs. And a win is a win. And that's why we have those DC rules, because if they're over a certain amount of time, unfortunately, we have to go through with them. But we'll see. I mean, right now, InControl, they're still on top. They just have to maintain that composure that they've had the first two games. And they will be moving on here to Clan Blitz Snapper Canal. Now, this map can be very tricky, mostly because there's a lot of different weapons that work, but the hardest thing is actually doing objective on this map. It's very hard to be sneaky. You definitely need a lot of teamwork, like a lot of the objective-based modes. So, we're ready. This could be the final match, and it may not. So Arctic Moon just definitely needs to give it their all if they want to win the set.
Yeah, those big significant pushes all come as a unit. Whether you're trying to sneak around on the left side or go right up the middle, we see Tentabrilla have a lot of success, especially when you're just trying to barrel up through and get near the opponent's spawn and near your own goal. That could very well be the key. We don't know the compositions just yet. That answer, as all answers do, will come in due time. But Clan Blitz on Snapper Canal, it's just like it says. 4 individuals will always lose to 1 team. So the squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a grand Clan Blitz. Dark going on the Hydra. You better believe they're going to count on all of whatever elevation they can get in order to play defense, but Swenster, not to be outdone, the remix, that Booyah Bomb could come very well in handy, especially if they're trying to push in or continue a push, providing support for people scoring, as they're going to go right to the flat ground. And your thoughts on the remix on this map? Personally, one of my favorite weapons, but I don't know of how this works in comparison to what Arctic Moon are trying to bring to the table.
And I feel like the heavy, it can have a decent amount of mobility, and the good thing about the heavy, and especially with this map mode, it's very hard to do objective, and you really do need that Booyah Bomb, and the heavy is able to provide that. Believe it or not, it can paint pretty decently. It can get that Booyah Bomb pretty quickly, and I think that's the strat that they might be going for. But right now, Omega is switching to the Octobrush, and the one with the hammer, and they can be sometimes the most deadliest. Getting a really important pick here on Twig. That will be points here for InControl. Oh, it's going down to 50, but it looks like that will be the end of their push. Right now, it's just Madness trying to run away for their life right now. Hopefully he doesn't get noticed. Might even be able to provide some jumps here for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it was a significant push. That hammer getting all the kills that they needed, but it all started with Omega trying to push through with the Octobrush. Now Twig on the K52, trying to get kills as well, not finding anything, but is going to guard the area with the Power Clam as much as possible. They will indeed pick it up and try to work themselves into a corner, but trying to find a middle ground, winds up almost wasting a splash wall. They do get Madness, however. The individual brilliance of Twig cannot be understated, Mamba.
And no, it cannot. And right now, for Arctic Moon, they're doing a good job. They have a decent amount of map control. Right now, I believe they're just being a little patient, and sometimes patience is key. Don't rush and waste your pushes. Use those specials, and looks like they are ready to pop those very soon. Right now, it is a 3-4 situation. It's just Shinix. Oh, Shinix able to get a really nice pick here on Dark. And that would be 3 down here for Arctic Moon. So things are not looking good, but there is still plenty of time for them to make their comeback push. And in this map, as soon as you get a push, you can definitely keep it going.
Without a doubt, there is no need to relent if you are in control. You already have a significant lead in this map, but the last thing that you want to do is give Arctic Moon any sort of shred of hope, because when those sustained pushes do happen, it's a result of inspiration almost. You really do have to get something special if you want to get that big 70 to 80 point push that winds up being the deciding factor in so many of these games. But the coordination simply not there. Arctic Moon winds up getting the pick. That Hydra rearing its heads yet again on Snapper Canal. And they're going to collect the clams and perhaps use that for a push of their own. But they're going to elect to just make that power clam. And I think a little bit of passing would be coming in handy. But they're instead going to push in and try to help Twig get the bomb, get the clam of their own. A 3-man push on the side as we're coming into a minute and a half remaining. Dark drawing a lot of fire over there. Just the presence of the power clam is enough to get the numbers over there. But I don't know. I feel like that also bunches up the defense and makes it just a little bit harder for you to push through. They're going to miss on the throw as Dark goes down, and that is disastrous for Arctic Moon as we go to 1 minute remaining.
It looks like they were just a little bit too far away to make that clam. Now, right now, Arctic Moon, they have been playing a little bit too consciously. They're definitely going to have to step it up if they want to go make this one. It looks like InControl, they haven't been playing too aggressively. They've been really focused on defense. So maybe they could take advantage of that. And right now with 40 seconds left, they definitely will have to if they want to get this win. And looks like for InControl, looks like they are not playing safe anymore. They're trying to go for that win. They're going for the W. They are getting more points on the board. Madness getting some good picks, but will go down to Shock.
Yeah, Omega is going to push through with the Cocteau Brush. They're going to have to trade with Shock. Unfortunately, that Nautilus doing its part. But 15 seconds remaining. The basket is still open. They will not be able to keep it open. But Swenster realizes all they got to do is sit back and make sure that there are no clams for Arctic Moon left to grab. They do have 2 power clams, but that's only good for 60. What are you going to do with the rest of them? 28, however, on the board as numbers are in the advantage of Arctic Moon. 4-1 on the map. They're going to get 2 barrier breakages. Shock has the clams to take advantage, and that's going to be a kill in spawn. Oh my gosh, if this actually happens, the Shock is providing more clams, but they don't have any more to pile in. The Cockabunch is going to trade, and 3-1 on the map. Are they going to do this? They take the lead. Arctic Moon will not say die.
I was almost speechless there for. It was such good teamwork by Arctic Moon at the end, getting those 2 clams in. The insane amount of points they had to get at the end. Phenomenal push.
I mean, what have we just seen, Mamba? The effort from all of the players involved. The Inkjet trying to just grief them in spawn. That trade with the Octobrush, and I was kind of wondering, wait a second, do they even have the numbers to take it home at this point? They needed to collect clams and then come back in with players waning and then win those individual interactions yet again. They wound up doing it. And Dark and Shock, their efforts, 26 combined splats between those 2 individuals. A great plays all around from them. But oh my goodness, that Inkjet work at the very end could very well have been the difference. And despite that incredible play from Omega to start the push and Madness to try to get in yet again, Madness in fact leading the field with 15 splats, but it would not be enough, and now it comes down to this, the settling of everything. We're either going to see a reset of the bracket or InControl will finish this in 5. Back on the charger goes Swenster to the scope, excuse me. It is a charger, but a variation of the theme, so I'll just assume that I'm right, Mamba. You can't say I'm not.
All right, and I feel like this is a very good map to have a game 5, and I feel like this map is always a crowd pleaser, very entertaining, but also at the same time very nerve-wracking. With Inkfly, it can be very difficult to push, especially even get out of your own spawn. So it's definitely a map where people make the mistake of feeding or getting killed too easily, and the pushes can go either way. So, and right now, as I say that, it looks like there is still a fight for mid. Both teams barely able to push just to the first checkpoint before going down. So it's going to be a very difficult map to push, especially with Dark back on the Hydra, giving that impenetrable defense. As soon as I say that, Madness is going after him, so Madness knows we got to get rid of the Hydra, and I'm not letting that Hydra get any of my teammates.
I mean, how valuable is every single point at this juncture? If you can get up to that second level, you are sitting pretty, especially with how chaotic it can get in the middle of this map. And as we have a tenuous but still relatively significant lead from Arctic, from InControl at this point, as Twig is trying to change that, taking down 2 in the map. They will lose the tower, but that's just because they're being challenged. They have the numbers advantage, but not the positioning in order to take advantage. I have to think back, Mamba, in terms of how this map went. One of the most exciting games that I ever saw was the World Inkling Invitational in 2018, set to destroy X versus Back Squids. It was, in fact, a Game 5, and that mad scramble at the very end with STDX trying to get back on the tower, but Watson doing all that work in the middle of the map to maintain it, and this is just the kind of thing that this map and mode brings. It is excitement, it is fast-paced, and it is every single action up to the very end provides significance. You do not have a single second to rest on this map and mode. You need bring nothing except your very best.
Absolutely, I 100% agree, and we all know what happens when you decide to take a little break and possibly take a drip pick. We know how that ended. But right now, Arctic Moon, they're not playing around. They know they have to use every second right now to get this push further. They do have to go through one more checkpoint. This one last checkpoint could be the W for them, but Madness is telling them no. It looks like they are able to kick him off tower. They are forced to retreat. Looks like that was a little bit of a scare here for InControl. And with 2 minutes left, there's still plenty of time for both teams to make a great push. But for right now, Arctic Moon is sitting here, I wouldn't say not even close to comfortable with the lead of 28.
Yeah, I mean, 76 to 42 as it stands on the scoreboard. As we approach a minute and a half remaining, Madness, yeah, getting a little bit of a boost there, and up they go into the skies on the Inkjet. They're going to try to get as many picks as possible, but perhaps not a good offensive placement for that Inkjet, made to overextend just a little bit, and 4-1 on the map. Arctic Moon are going to try to put this one away and force the reset. However, Madness gets shock, wins the Battle of the Nautilus, and gets rewarded with another pick. And Madness going to get another one. One splat ain't enough, Jack. You better make it 3. And Madness is going to try to continue this push forward. 1 minute remaining. InControl has victory in their sights, but they need to clear that second checkpoint.
An amazing string of kills here coming from Madness, but it looks like it just wasn't enough. I believe him, I don't know if it was a straight bomb.
Oh my.
It took him down, but right now, Arctic Moon, with that defense, able to take back some map control, but as soon as they get that map control back, looks like InControl is ready to fight back. Madness coming back here, getting so many picks this whole game, this whole tournament.
Madness has been taking heads this whole time with little to no remorse. They realize that they are backed by their team, and it's what allows them such freedom of movement. And now if they can get these inkjet splats, which indeed they do on the juniors, going to make life just a little bit tougher on level ground. But now they need to get back up into the play. You need to combat the higher ground, and up goes Madness. 2 seconds to go. We're going to overtime. Takes down the inkjet. Shock out of the equation for now. They're going to keep this push going. InControl, so close to victory. They do it. InControl shut the door on Arctic Moon with an overtime push, and they are victorious. And they stand alone as your Swimmers Sync 12 Grand Champions. Madness with 18 splats. Shinex with 10. Omega with that many as well. So much work being done on the front lines. That could well have been the difference.
Honestly, Stu, I think that is the closest match I've seen in, I mean, I can't say a year, but definitely in months. All I saw was a couple people, both teams on tower at the same time. At the end, I couldn't even, I blinked and I couldn't even tell who almost won at the end.
I mean, it really is that close sometimes. It just comes down to, I mean, you're playing absolutely perfect Splatoon, but one is just a little bit more perfect than the other. Splatoon isn't super keen on draws, so just came down to that last little push. The bar was set by Arctic Moon, and InControl surpassed it. And that is how it ends. It's a cruel twist of fate for Arctic Moon working their way back into the set, but InControl win it by a score of 3-2. Tip of the cap to Bubblegum for finishing third place as well. A fantastic showing from them, and making it exciting all the way up until the very end, in pretty much every single set that they played. So wonderful from them. Kraken Mare was manning the production desk this entire night. Please follow them on Twitter. They're just an absolute gem and make everything at IPL possible. All of the TOs, we cannot thank them enough as well. And certainly you. Where can we follow you on the social medias, Mamba?
And you can follow me on Twitter, Black Mamba Mia. I don't post too much, but I will be very happy for a follow. Also, please follow Stu. I haven't known him much, but I believe he comes from the Smash scene. He's incredible. Probably one of the best, most fun I've had commentating in a long time. So thank you so much, Stu.
I sincerely appreciate that. And if you do want to follow me on Twitter and Twitch, you can do so at Stu, the announcer. STU, by the way. So once again, final score, InControl snatching hope away from Arctic Moon at the very last second and taking Swimmer Sync 12 by a score of 3-2 in set number 1. That's going to do it from us, from all of us here at IPL Splatoon. I'm Stu, the announcer, saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.